ஓகே. Hello. Yo humo. ¿Dónde está? Recaíste.
Hello everyone. Can everyone hear me? If everyone can hear me, can you please say yes in the chat? All right. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Well, we started a bit late today, but it's fine. So before we begin, I just want to check audio check, video check, everything okay? Okay, everyone can see me clearly, hear me clearly, yes? All right, Chun. All right. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone tuning in. Welcome to the Enviro360 Risk Management Conference 2025. First off, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Umar and I will be your Master of Ceremony for today. First off, I would like to thank everyone who joined us here today. We have some exciting papers today, so sit tight and get ready to learn. Now, before we begin, there is a couple of rules that I would like to highlight, which are please be patient with any technical glitches. This is an online conference after all, so there might be some delays or some issues that might arise. But if anything goes wrong, we'll contact you through the chat box. Microphones and cameras will be automatically turned off, but if anyone has any questions, feel free to contact our team through the chat box. We encourage everyone to participate in the Q&A, and we have prepared a Q&A box to post any questions that you might have during or after the paper. Please ensure that you sign in your attendance via the Google form that we will share with you. Just for everyone's knowledge, there will be two Google forms, one in the morning and one in the evening. So please fill in for both to fill in your attendance. Now, but the most important thing that I would like everyone to remember is, for this conference, the most key thing is to please remember to learn, engage, and enjoy. Now, to kickstart this conference, we will begin with something familiar and close to home. To the respective audience, please join us as we stand and sing along to pay tribute to our national anthem, Negaraku. Wonderful. Now, I'd like to kindly ask all of us to remain in silence as we allow Mr. Adam to recite prayers for our Muslim audience. While this goes on, practitioners of other faiths may recite their own respective prayers. Mr. Adam?
Dengan nama Maha Pengasih, Maha Penyayang. Segala pujian bagi Allah, Tuhan sekalian alam. Selawat dan salam atas Rasul junjungan Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ya Allah, pada hari yang penuh keberkatan ini, kami menadah tangan sambil melafazkan kesyukuran atas segala nikmat, rahmat dan inayat. Nikmat iman, nikmat kesejahteraan, nikmat kemerdekaan dan keamanan. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, kami memohon agar Engkau jadikanlah persidangan Enviro360 Waste Management Conference 2025 yang diadakan pada hari ini 19 Jun 2025 sebagai persidangan yang Engkau berkati dan redoi. Ya Allah, Kau berikanlah kami kekuatan untuk menggalas tanggungjawab sebagai orang yang beribawa dan bantulah kami sentiasa berada di atas landasan yang benar. Demi agama, bangsa dan negara yang kami cintai. Amin. Amin ya rabbal alamin.
Amin. Okay, thank you, Mr. Adam, for your wonderful dua. To our respective audience, the organizing committee, and our esteemed speaker and panelists, once again, my name is Umar, and I will be your host throughout this conference. I would like to take this opportunity again to say that we from Ashika Group Sdn Bhd extends its heartfelt appreciation to all participants for their active involvement in the esteemed virtual conference. We are truly delighted to witness the dedication of so many people who have generously devoted their time and energy to make this event the success it is today. We also express our appreciation to those returning participants who have graciously joined us once again, adding to the richness of our collective experience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Enviro360 Waste Management Conference. Today, our main goal is simple yet an honorable one, a greener earth. Today, we will explore innovative, sustainable scheduled waste management strategies that are not just efficient, but also cost-effective. I am certain that everyone here is familiar with scheduled waste management strategies, and the excess waste that comes from it. I can't deny, processing scheduled waste isn't as simple as putting it in a plastic bag and leaving it by the side of the road for someone to pick up. But I am confident that in 2025, there are new and better ways to conduct scheduled waste management. No matter your role in scheduled waste management, this conference aims to provide all of its respected delegates the knowledge and insight into new strategies, new technologies, and most importantly, a game plan to make your scheduled waste operations effective and efficient. Just to remind everyone, this conference, the Enviro360 Waste Management Conference 2025, is a one-day conference comprising of 4 papers, 1 quiz, and 1 forum. So I hope you stick around until the end. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Zulhazami bin Muhammad Nabi, our managing director, to give a welcoming speech. Mr. Zul?
Assalamualaikum and greetings. I am truly delightful to welcome all of you to the Enviro360 Waste Management Conference 2025, organized by Malaysia Group Sdn Bhd. Whether you are in operation, compliance, or strategy, your role in advancing sustainable waste management is vital. Increasingly, business recognize that sustainability isn't just ethical, but it's a smart investment. Yet many still view scheduled waste as a costly obligation. Storage, logistics, and treatment seems complex. But sticking with outdated method leads to higher risk, inefficient processes, and greater cost both financially and reputationally. Malaysia is already feeling the impact: extreme weather, resource strain, and tighter regulation. The status quo is no longer viable. Fortunately, technology offers real solution. AI-powered dashboard detect waste anomalies, IoT sensors, monitor bin level, and trigger pickups efficiently. Automated reporting tools simply compliance and reduce human error. This innovation aren't future concept. They are here, and they are delivering results: lower costs, streamlined operation, and stronger ESG performance. The message is clear: outdated system drain resources. Smart system create value. My fellow environment practitioners, we can no longer rely on outdated systems and short-term thinking, but we need creative, practical solutions that benefit both the environment and the bottom line. Today's conference is not just about raising awareness, it's about sharing strategies that work and building momentum for real change. This brings us to the theme of this year's conference, Innovating for Sustainability, Industrial Solution for a Greener Earth. We choose this theme because innovation is the key to solving our waste challenges. So what are we hoping you will take away from today? First, we want you to help everyone here build a stronger understanding of why sustainable scheduled waste management is essential not just for compliance, but for long-term success. Second, we will explore innovative technologies, policies, and best practices that are already helping companies improve their waste treatment system. And third, we reflect on past failure and common mistake so we can learn from them and avoid repeating them in the future. Let me say this clearly, sustainability is not just the responsibility of governments or environmentalists, it's the responsibility of every factory manager, every engineer, every planner, and every absolutely business owner. Whether you work in manufacturing, construction, logistics, or waste services, your action matter. And the good news is, doing the right thing often bring business value too. Lower waste means lower costs. Cleaner operations mean fewer penalties. And sustainable branding builds trust with customers, investors, and regulators. Before I close, I want to take a moment to say thank you to our speakers and panelists, to you for working closely with our team and for being willing to share your knowledge and experience. And to my Mashika team, thank you for your hard work and dedication in organizing this event. With that, it is my great pleasure to officially open the Enviro360 Waste Management Conference 2025. I encourage all of you to take full advantage of today's session and ask questions, make connection, and most importantly, take action on what you learn. Let's work together to create a real, lasting change for our businesses, communities, and our planet. Thank you, and I wish you a meaningful and inspiring conference.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Mr. Chizul, for your speech and for officiating the ceremony. Now, before we begin, I would just like to check back with our audience who is still here. If you are still here, can you please reply yes? Let's get a bit of action for our first speaker. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So now, without further ado, let's begin with our first paper. To start off, our first speaker is Muhammad Fazli Muhammad, the technical advisor at Enviro360 Worldwide. Mr. Muhammad Fazli is an experienced HSE sustainability consultant, trainer, and practitioner with almost 15 years of proven results in improving HSE legal compliance for multinational companies. He specializes in wastewater treatment plants, landfill operations, scheduled waste management, SOP including ISO Management System 9001, 40001, and 45001. In addition, he provides sustainability technical consultation and training, covering the national and international framework, standards, and rating. For example, ISO 40064 GHG Protocol, LCA, and EPD, including sustainability reporting as compliance with Pusat Malaysia requirements. Please welcome our first speaker for the day, Mr. Muhammad Fazli, with his paper titled From Past Mistakes to a Greener Future, Strengthening Scheduled Waste Accountability. Mr. Fazli, are you there?
Hello? Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I can hear you. So, are you ready, Mr. Fazli?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. So I'll leave the floor to you. If anything, just let me know.
All right, thank you so
All
much.
right. Thank you very much, Mr. Fazli.
All right. Can I share a slide? Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everyone. I am Muhammad Fazli bin Muhammad. Actually, I'm working as the seasonal basis for Enviro360 Worldwide, but I'm from actually I have set up my own company which has Ace Global, and also I am a freelance HSE sustainability consultant and trainer and also auditors. And first and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizer, Mashika, for inviting me to deliver a topic on schedule waste mismanagement and implications. This is my second time with Mashika, I think, and thanks again for inviting me. And as we know that themes of today's conference, innovating for sustainability, industrial solution for a greener Earth. It is clear that collaboration, innovation, and accountability must take center stage between waste generator and prescribed premise. As for this conference is being conducted on a virtual basis, I hope to get some question from participants in the chat box, and I'll answer all the questions within the time allocated. And I'm looking forward a meaningful engagement session ahead. Okay, today I'm going to share with you some important information in schedule waste management and some stories based on my experience in handling schedule waste for over than 15 years, working with several industries, waste management, construction, and so on. And also, before we start, let me see what we caught in Malaysia. So here we can see, sorry, I need to adjust the setting. Okay, now clear. Okay, basically, as we see here in the slide saying that based on the data in 2021, we got pollution sources under the EQA in Malaysia. We got 417 licensed premises for recovery, for treatment, and also for disposal of scheduled waste. And also we got over than 400 licensed premises for oil palm, over 50 licensed premises on rubber, and also over than 1,000 in 1,000 ERA development projects. And also beside that, we also have over than 15,000 premises that has not been licensed by DOE. And also most of the pollution are coming from motor vehicles. So here is a trigger point saying that there are so many pollution sources in Malaysia, uh, regarding on schedule-ways, air pollution, and also wastewater. So this is very, very critical, especially for Malaysia. And after this, I will show to you because I actually previously, I'm working as the environmental practitioner, uh, covering on the EI compliance, schedule waste management, wastewater, and so on. But when I jump to the sustainability fields, I feel that it totally new for me because it cover a broad a broad scope cover rather than environment itself. It covers also covers the social and also governance. But I didn't want to touch on this today on that, but I will relate on how does the schedules management relates to your either sustainability implementation or sustainability reports. So as we can see here, as the trend of the schedule waste generation is showing from the data is from 2011 until 2021. As we can see here, before COVID-19, the numbers of total hazardous waste generated in Malaysia is around, we take example on 2018, the number is 2.36 metric ton in Malaysia. But after the COVID-19, the numbers increased tremendously. It up to 7.51 metric ton in 2021. So this is very critical for Malaysia. What happened to schedules that being generated? This is the data that we got from Department of Environment. What happened to the data that they didn't mention or didn't report inside the e-Swiss? So this is very, very crucial because after this, I relates to previous practices which are using the 3R concept, and now they are looking at another R, which is the reduce. Then later it will relate to the sustainability approach that later will be implemented by the Department of Environment in the next future. So also we can see here the quantity of hazardous waste managed using the 3R concept. Yes, previously we are using reuse concept, we are using recycling concept, we are using recovery concept, but we add another concept which is to reduce the waste. So waste generator should be responsible for the waste generated and should take initiative to at the first place to reduce your waste management, your waste generation at your premise. So this is how the trend it become worse and worse nowadays, and now DOE also introduced what we call a TWG, total waste generator, and WAC, waste acceptance criteria. And after this, you will relate why waste acceptance criteria is very important for both for waste generator and also for prescribed premise. And here we can see from 7.51 metric ton, only 2.45 metric ton goes to disposed by managed using 4R, and the rest 1.14 metric ton is disposed by at landfill, and also 0.12 is disposed by incinerator. So what happened to the balance? As we can see, I think some of you are familiar with the management of schedules, because I believe you have dealing with your schedulings, prescribed premise. So there are two costs involved. First is cost of the transportation, and second is the cost of the waste management or disposal. And the waste management the type method of disposal have a different rate or different costs. That's why when you engage with your prescribed premise, please take note that what they use to treat your waste or to dispose your waste, because as the waste generator you should responsible on your waste until they what you call it, until a cradle to grave, until to dispose at the proper site or proper place. That's why you need to know, and I'm suggest for you to conduct the second party audit. You can go to the premise and to check your waste coming to the premise and what they do until they dispose or they burn, or what kind of the treatment that they use to treat your waste. And that is okay. Before I go further, let we recap again what is the definition of a scheduleways in Malaysia. So scheduleways in Malaysia, based on the Environmental Quality Act 1974, means any waste prescribed by the minister in the regulation as scheduleways. So it use the list they used, so it used the list that has been mentioned inside the regulation. And based on the regulation, schedule environmental quality schedule regulation 2005, schedule means any waste falling within the categories of waste listed in the first schedule. So the first schedule, I've heard that they will revise, amend the first schedule, because they believe some of it they combine and quite difficult to for industrious player to understand the terms or the way they identify the character of the schedules and so on. So they in the process, in the midst of the revamp or improvise the first schedule. And the first schedule we can see here, we got a 5 category, schedule SW1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And schedule with SW1, 10 codes, schedule with SW2, 7 codes, SW3, 27 codes, SW4, 32 codes, and SW5, 1 code, and total up 77 codes. Okay, all right. That is about the schedule waste. So you want to know more about the how do you identify, is it your waste is schedule waste, then you need to refer to first schedule. But based on my experience, yes, you can refer to a first schedule, but if you doesn't have experience knowing about the waste process, the physical composition and so on, it's quite difficult to understand straightforward from that. So I'm suggest for you, if you have schedule waste, please send your person to become at least you have a one competent person on schedule waste, or they call it CAPS1. All right. So this is from the first schedule. How do you identify is it a schedule waste or not? It based on the source of waste generated, it based on the type of process or activities, and also based on the physical and chemical composition of the waste. And last, you also can check with the safety data sheet or SDS of raw material use. So talking about the source of the waste generated, you need to know where is the source? What is the source? Is it the source using chemical process and so on? Is it the source is you generate a character which are referred to 5 character in schedule ways? Is it corrosive and so on? And also you need to also know what type of process. Maybe you have leachate treatment plant, or you have wastewater treatment plant, or by the name itself, you can straight away know that that process is can generate waste, scheduled waste from there, such as you have the burning process, a combustion process, and you using chemical inside there. So by knowing that, and then you can straightforward on it, this is actually this waste is can be parked under what category or what code under the scheduled waste. You can check from there straight away from there, such as you change your fuels, uh engine fuels. So you from the name itself, it can directly shows to you either it a scheduled waste or not. And also and now they are strict on this physical and chemical composition of waste. And based on my experience, to do this, you need to know, because there are uh, so many heavy metals inside the waste. You need to check the physical process and also chemical composition of waste using the lab test. But I'm suggest for you to use the SAM accredited lab to make sure that your data is accurate and can support if there is any argument on that after this. And also, you also can check on the safety data sheet, which are referring to, normally they are referred to safety, to get to know what is the safety data sheet for the raw material that been used for your production or daily basis. All right. Then how do we know what is the schedule is? Because we have heard about the first schedule, and then how to identify, and how to identify it. It also relates to the schedule waste characteristic. So there are 5 schedule waste characteristic that has been used globally, not only in Malaysia. The first one is ignitable. Is it easier to combust? Is it, and then second is corrosive. Is it very corrosive? And then you can check with how to check either it's corrosive or not. Some practices are using metal to check the corrosivity. But again, I just suggest to you, you can use the lab test to check the pH level. Is it very acidic or is it very alkaline? That is falls under the corrosive. And the third one is toxic. And some of it you can check the toxicity because from the chemical itself, when you use chemical, it might be toxic, because you can need to check also with the SDS and so on. And I will share to some of my not study, my reading. As I heard, see in the paper saying that 3 childrens in, I think in Johor, has has been hardly hardly corrosive their skin, due to they has been exposed to the span or used engine oil, or we call it in term for a schedule waste code, schedule waste code 305, SW 305. That's why for us, we see that what it's just a used engine. Is it a very critical or very hazardous to human? Yes, because the character is different. Has been changed due to mix with steel materials and so on. So that's why when you try to manage, you need to understand what is the characteristic of your waste. And also, is it a reactive? Some of it reactive, such as a peroxide waste. And also, is it infectious. But and talking about the infections, previously we have gone through the COVID-19 years, 2019 up to until 2021, and based on uh, because I have involved in this field in terms of solid waste management, domestic solid waste management. So we got a meeting with the government, and it quite difficult for the government itself at that day because the capacity of the waste treatment. Because if we see the character, any infections, materials, or contaminants or waste, it falls under the scale waste. Because if the waste it contain any one of these character, either ignitable, either corrosive, either toxic, reactive, or infectious, they are scary waste. So that's why what happened is when we in COVID-19 years 2019, we got shrinks, we got mask, face mask, and so on, glove, and so on. If we declare it as a scattered waste, then our waste treatment facility cannot treat that. So that's why do we collaborate between the waste generator and the government to make sure that they can manage properly at that time. And we after that it goes to normal, and it just at that point of time to manage the issues for schedule waste. Okay, this is what happened in Malaysia. We got recorded by previous because currently he's in leave on leave, I think. Nick Nazmi on leave. So but based on his statement saying that 99 illegal scheduled waste disposal complaint recorded to date. To what? To December 2024. So there are too many illegal scheduled waste disposal unrecorded and also unrecorded in Malaysia. And also what happened nowadays, we see, I think lately, 2 or 3 months before, they range on the uh, e-waste operation, operating without oversight. That's true. In Malaysia, we have so many illegal e-waste recycling because here mentioned more than 200 illegal e-waste recycling facility. And bear in mind that e-waste is one of schedule waste. You see inside the schedule, for schedule, e-waste is falls under the SW110 or electrical and electronic waste. So that's why when you have the e-waste, you need to dispose properly at the prescribed premise. And based on previously, I'm working with Alamfora, and we got a license from Department of Environment to collect the e-waste, and we register the e-waste data inside the e-Swiss. So that, and I think it's around 6 operators that have given the license by the DOE in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. So this is also, we have so many issues in Malaysia coming from illegal e-waste and so on. And what else happened in Malaysia? And here, Scheduled Waste Management Offences, DOE Penang, says 7 investigation papers open again 10 premise. For now, they are not looking for they are looking for any industries. It doesn't care you are big companies or small companies. That's why DOE aggressively nowadays are looking on the compliance on scheduled waste management and also others ways and others laws and regulations. And here we can see is the illegal waste disposal linked to balu. So as mentioned, there are so many happen in Malaysia. So and it's falls under, if you are if in the angle of the sustainability, if you see in the angle of sustainability or ESG, it falls under the traceability. So under this traceability, you need to know and to be responsible and accountable on the pollution or the waste that you has been generated within your site or outside from your industries area. All right. So then I'll continue with the environmental, a little bit, I will touch a little bit about the environmental implication. But here, bear in mind, I would like to highlight where is the main key after this towards the sustainability compliance or commitment. Okay, we got the water pollution, we got the what is the environmental impact. We got the environmental pollution. We got the soil pollution. We got the human health, and the last one is the top one is the air pollution. So now when talking about the environmental impact, because I believe some of you here have obtained the ISO 14001. ISO 14001 Environmental Management System, EMS, and under Environmental Management System, you need to produce the environmental aspect and impact. But I didn't know how do you create your EAIA or environmental aspect and impact in your company. But based on my experience, I try to look in the bigger perspective or bigger picture. That's why when you create the aspect impact, and then you will see, is it the impact only impacted the local areas or local people, or is it impacted for the regional, or is it impacted for the global? So that's why it's here now. Previously, DOE didn't enforce on the regional and also global impact. But nowadays, they try to move into the global impact and try to introduce the new law, which is called Climate Impact. Climate Act, I'm sorry, Climate Act. So what they are talking about air pollution, is it they are talking about the smoke? Is it they are talking about the color of the smoke and the levels of the emissions? No, they are not talking about that anymore. They're looking at the bigger scope or bigger perspective, which are talking about the climate. And when we're talking about the climate, we are talking about nowadays, we are talking about the 7 GHG or greenhouse gas, which cover the if you are referring to the GHG protocol, you can refer to the scope 1, scope 2, and also scope 3. And if you are referring to the ISO 14064-1, you can refer to indirect, direct, and indirect emission. So that is why Schedule is indirectly relates to servability. After this, I will try to make it more deeper and how close Schedule is related to the accessibility, either implementation or reporting to your industries. All right. So here I will show about, because I've got only 1 hour to present this, and I have over than 40 slides based on my experience. Cannot meet at that time, but it's okay. I try to cover as much as I can. And based on the legal implication, basically previously DOE has introduced I think 6 or 7, I can't remember, but here is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elements. They call it environmental mainstreaming tools or EMT, but now they have changed into e-mains, but the content is similar. You just change the names. It got the, because this is for applicable for industries that have the EIA approval condition. You have the emission control pollution and so on. So you have a condition from the E, and then you need to produce the comply with the EMT tools or emails. The first one, you need to have the environmental policy. And second, you need to show the environmental budget. And also about the compliance, who are the one monitor the compliance at the site and the management level. is ERCMC and EMC. So there are two types over there, and you need to show to the DOE where is their commitment. Is it has been communicated during the meetings, and so on. They can check your minutes of meetings, and also what happened to your environmental facility. If you have pollution, then you need to have environmental facilities, such as if you have generate air pollution, you need to combine with to add with the environmental air pollution control system, such as you need to have a back filter, you need to have a scrubber, and so on. And also if you have wastewater, then you need to have facility to treat that. You need to have a wastewater treatment plant and so on. But if you for this for scheduled waste, it not relate too much to you because you dispose at the prescribed price, unless you want to treat at your own. Then you need to have this environmental policy facility, and also to cover it, that facility needs to be monitored and maintained by the competent person. So every environmental treatment facility need to have their own environmental competencies, such as SEPCOM, competent person in wastewater treatment plant, leachate treatment plant, a scrubber, and so on. And the last one is about the environmental transparency, or ET. Everything you take the action, everything that you have done, you need to document it, or to keep the record, because after this you want to see how transparent you are, because you may have your plant located nearby to the residential area. So is it you communicate what happened around your surrounding your site, and is it give the environmental impact, a bad environmental impact to the surrounding area. So you need to show to the public, showing that you are very committed to to take action and manage your waste, including your scheduled waste. And here is about the court cases that has been published inside the DOE website. So I took some cases since starting. I took in 2024, sample in 2020, 2024, 2023, 2022, and 2019. So here we can see that the court case, the fine, this company has been fined for Selayang Court 22nd July 2024, which they has been accused for release of non-halogenated organic solvent waste. So that's why, is it the management understand the terms of non-halogenated organic solvent? I believe most of us, including me, not understand if you are not familiar with the organic solvent itself. That's why you need to get participation from your chemist and also competent person to identify what is your waste and what is referring to SW DOE first schedule, what is the code. So they dispose it into inland waters, and also they read together with the EQA. The accused under EQA 1974, section 25 in bracket 3. So it has been fined for 240 ringgits, 40,000 ringgit Malaysia, and you hear, see, and 3 months of imprisonment. Before this, we rarely heard about "and," but now they implement the "and." After this, I will show to you how stringent the DOE of Malaysia enforcement nowadays. All right, and also here in 14 June 2023, these companies operate an off-site scheduled waste storage facility without a license. So how do you know that you are making or doing offsite scheduled waste storage if you doesn't understand what is definition from DOE definition in terms of offsite, on-site scheduled storage. That's why it is very important to have a competent person and to have a people to manage this, because if not, you can be one of these company uh, appear in the website, DOE website. And also from here, you see 21st February 2022. A charge of the offsite storage, and they been added more fine by UAE because they of doing the offsite storage for scheduled waste SW102 and SW110. SW110 is what? Is e-waste or electronic and electrical waste without any license. So that's why you need to know in details what is the category and so on. Okay, I don't want to touch more on that. And this is also if UAE found you have so many issues and they're very angry with you, they can use like this. They can find you under the section 18, Sun 19, 34B, and so on. There's so many section or regulation that they can use to find you if you not comply with schedule waste management. Here you can see they are doing the offsite storage on the schedule waste without a license. So that's why there are so many charge over here. Charge 1, RM 5,000 failure and so on, because now they are enforced, they have been has enforced the new regulation and laws. That's why the charge, the fine is RM 5,000 per failure. They can, if based on my experience, they also can be cruel, evil, cruel, from that. If you found that you have transport, such as you have transport at the site, you you have waste, you have scheduled waste spillage, such as SW305 spillage, they found you have transport. So if they are linear, then you can say, okay, you can combine and just RM, just fine you for 5,000. But if they didn't satisfy with your management and so on, how do you manage that and your answer and so on, they can fine you 5 times 10. So it means they can fine to up to 50,000 ringgits at per site. So it depends. So that's why it's very scheduled waste is very, very important. And here I touched a little bit about the Environmental Quality Act Amendment 2024. I don't want to touch more on this because these topics should be covered by the regulatory bodies, Department of Environment, and they can brief you more details about that. But just touch a little bit on this, and has been operated dah berkuat kuasa when 2024 dah berkuat kuasa. So what is the gist of the EQA amendment? So they have the stricter punishment for environmental pollution crime. You might be fined a minimum fine not less than 5,000 ringgit. Previously, the fine is around 2,000 ringgit per non-compliance. And also, the maximum fine now has been increased to what? To not more than RM 10 million ringgit Malaysia. So it's very, very critical on this, and it can force. It's saying that what is the maximum fine can be happen if you offense do the offenses on water pollution, discharging oil and waste to the Malaysia water, and scheduled waste disposal. So here we are talking now. Today we are talking about the scheduled waste specifically. My topic is scheduled waste management. So I'm focusing on the scheduled waste. So if you not comply with scheduled waste, you can be potentially be fined for maximum fine. And also the third one is a mandatory imprisonment, which is not more than 5 years. So what happened here? What is the offenses? Offenses on EIA approval condition, and also what? Waste to the Malaysia discharging oil and waste to the Malaysia water, and schedule waste disposal. So previously they didn't mention about this. Now they are enforced on schedule waste. If you not manage properly your schedule waste, you can be fined and or penalty and mandatory imprisonment. And the last one is the increment from the previous compound from 2000 to not more than 15% from maximum fine for related offenses. That's why nowadays Department of Environment Enforcement is very stricter compared to previous days. So we need to ready for that. And also, what is the maximum fine? 10 million ringgit Malaysia, Section 25, which is discharging or depositing pollutants always into inland waters. Section 27, discharging of oil into Malaysia waters. Section 29, discharging environmental hazardous substance pollutants always into Malaysia waters. And the last one relates to my topic today, Section 34B, unauthorized schedule waste management or illegal disposal. And it has been enforced starting from 7th July 2024. All right. So this is about the Section 24 restriction on the pollution of the soil. You can check in more details what DOE mentioned about the Section 24, but now here they are mentioned about the unlicensed emission discharge or deposit of any environmental hazardous substance. It may relates to or unintentional or indirectly relates to the schedule waste. So it depends on how they try to find you if you neglige the law and so on. So it's this is a penalty that you can be fined if you not meeting the compliance on this. And this is about the Section 25, restriction on pollution of inland waters. No people unless license discharge or dispose any environmental and so on. To what? To into any inland waters. Okay, this talking about inland waters. And Section 27, prohibition of discharge of oil into Malaysian waters. So because previously I have involved, but today it's not a good platform for me to mention about it because I have involved in I'll say in apply the contravenance license from Department of Environment for wastewater pollution. So we have applied this for one of our facility in KL. But here I'm not talking about this, but I want to show to you that there are law and regulations that that make sure that you comply with this. If not, you can be caught or can be penalized, and extremely you can be jailed for that. And also here, okay. 30A, Section 30A, power to control. I don't want to touch. You can see the text, but here is related to my topic, which are Section 34B, prohibitions against placing a deposit, etc. of what? Of schedule waste. So what they mention about it, no person without any prior written approval from DG or Director General, DOE, to place a deposit or dispose of or cause or permit to place except at prescribed premise. Here it mentioned about prescribed premise. How to identify the prescribed premise? You can check with DOE website. you can identify one is the prescribed premise, but after this, I will mention to you about the prescribed premise. Is it that premise can accept or not your waste? Previously, if their code are there, then they can accept. But now, current practices, it depends on the what? On the waste acceptance criteria or waste WAC, because we found that yes, you have that code, but your premise have the shielding capacity. You above that shielding capacity, then you cannot treat that waste. That's why uh, waste director also need to be responsible to reduce or to limit to reduce the limit of chemical content inside there prior to be disposed or prior to be treated by the prescribed premise. And also receive or send or calls or permit to be received any scheduled waste outside from Malaysia, in or outside from Malaysia. After this, if you if from here competent person, schedule waste, I believe you heard about the eSwiss 2, eSwiss V2, which they have upgraded from eSwiss 1 to eSwiss 2. They introduced the import and export inside there, and also transmit or cons or permit transit of schedule waste. So here is actually is talking about the conveyor, about the transportation. So beside the prescribed premise, you also need to have the approval or certificate license from DOE on the transport itself, not only prescribed premise but also the transport. And here is about the owner to or occupier to furnish the information. You also, if you didn't give a full cooperation to DOE, they can find you under this section. And here is about the sustainability implication. In part, now I'm talking about the sustainability terms or implications. All right. I believe some of you, I don't know your background, company's background or industry, but based on my previous experience, I think for now you may coming from SME or may coming from public listed company. So if like that, then as mentioned under the transparency or accountability, your customer also want to know how do you manage E, S, and G in your company. And one of it is if you see you have three pillars inside the sustainability. We have ESG. Now, easier way we're talking about ESG, environment, social, and governance. And what else inside the environment? It's also talking about the environmental compliance. And also when talking about the environmental compliance, uh, because it is not I also conducted ESG trainings, maturity assessment and sustainability reporting. But today I would like to relate on how your stakeholder, because talking about this, your stakeholder are very interested to know what happened in your company. How do you manage and how do you report whatever you manage inside your company? So they will some of your investor may using a certain rating such as what's MSCI, sustainability, or FTSE. FTSE is actually a part of the ratings that been used by Bursa to assess the sustainability performance for Asia market and EMEA market. But here, as mentioned, here is about the customer. You also might have the customer or client that want to know how do you manage but specifically today, how do you manage your scheduled waste? Maybe scheduled waste. So they will use either document audits such as equivalence, but also they also can use the SEDEX meter, RBA, and so on. But for main market, you didn't have choice. You need to follow as per Bursa Malaysia Guide, which you need to report on your waste management. Inside there, 9+2. You can check in details in the Bursa Malaysia Circular and Guide. And also now they are talking about the IFRS. IFRS S1 and S2. What is S1 and what is S2? S1 is talking about the other topic excluding GHG or climate. So S2 specifically cover on climate or GHG. That's why GHG and other material topics is nowadays is very important to support on IFRS requirement, either IFRS S1 or IFRS S2. After this, they will relate to how do you manage your greenhouse gas and what is the relation between GHG on scheduled waste. There is actually a relation on this. If you follow my slide properly, then you can type where is the waste and waste management, how to relate to sustainability. Waste management, you have what? You have what? You have prescribed premise for the treatment, right? And then prescribed premise there are so many types of treatment over there. And what is your roles and responsibility as the waste generator? You should answer your prescribed premise what happened to your waste. As mentioned previous, you need to know why, because that process, it might generate GHG from there. So that is how the schedule waste management is related toward the sustainability. And from there, they want to know in the supply chain how much greenhouse gas has been generated during the process of the waste treatment. Right. And this is about the new DOE or regulators way forward. First, to determine of scheduled waste recovery rate to 50% by 2030. What happened is, as mentioned, that we year by year increasing our scheduled waste generated in Malaysia. But here, DOE want to commit to what? To go for waste recovery rate by 50%. That's why your, I say, your waste as a waste generator, your waste need to suit with waste recovery facility treatment. If not, then you need to take action to make sure that you meet their waste acceptance criteria or WAC. All right. Second, increase quantity and duration of this sebenarnya actually the decrease the duration of scheduled new generation of new waste decrease, and also to develop and advance of new process and technologies, implement crew processing technology in cement industry. So maybe they want to use fly ash or bottom ash inside the cement industry, because previously I have involved in the special management to apply for special management for fly ash and bottom ash. But we got so many difficulties to meet the DOE requirement. But nowadays, I hope that DOE can make sure that this can be more easy for industry to comply with, because we actually want to support the compliance, but but DOE itself, they have so many departments inside there. But I hope that they can work together and have a proper collaboration to make sure that we can support, at the end of the day, we can support the nation to reduce as per DOE the way forward to reduce the waste as for specifically for scheduleways by 2030 and so on. So I have another 10 more minutes. So I will share because I have share a 3 case study on scheduleways. Hopefully I can cover this. So what happened here? Case study 1. I have actually previously I'm working with the waste management company, and we got a license to operate in Peninsular Malaysia, and our activity, some of it is vehicle maintenance and also parkings. And we have over than 20 trucks at site for each site. So can imagine if we have over than 20 site, so how many trucks we have. So this is actually I share one of my case study that I have involved, uh, not directly, but give my input to make sure that they comply with the schedule waste requirement as per Department of the DOE wants. And also we covered tree state and solid waste vehicle maintenance. I did want to mention which company I have because you can see my my profile in LinkedIn in details which company I have working before. But what important point here I want to mention is about we deal with the we have vehicle and then we parking our vehicle at the side, and also we doing a minor maintenance activity at the side. So when we doing that activity from that activities, then what issues we caught is we found that when we parking vehicles, there are spillage over there. So we can't control the spillage because, as mentioned, we have so many vehicles over there, and the age of vehicle is very low, very old. Some of it over than 8 years and so on. So it's quite difficult to do the maintenance and so to make sure that there is no spillage over there. And another thing is what is make it worse is the location is nearby to the water intake. So I don't know why at the first place the management because given the authority to utilize that areas because it nearby to the located at the upstream of the water intake. And what is potential, as mentioned, that if you pollute make a spillage, and then you can being accused under section 34B, prohibition against placing deposit etc. of scheduled waste. Then here, this is how can you imagine from upstream? Upstream is the uh, higher higher location, which is downstream, and then downstream there is a water intake over there. So if you pollute at the dams upstream, of course you make a pollutant in the water, and that water treatment cannot treat the water and can for the daily use. That's why I don't know what happened is, but the criticality is there. We have given the permission to stay over there, and then we need to mitigate the risk or any issues over there to make sure that we comply with the Department of Environment. And this is not from us. I'm so sorry because it is not from us, but I just show it to show to you that we got issues on the water disruption due to pollution, river pollution. So this is happened, but for us, we didn't penalize or compensate yet by DOE on this. You just get a warning from them because it's still manageable, but we need to take immediate action. What action that we take is because we found that when we have vehicles, Then we have issues on the fuels disposal or fuels spillage. Then we install the oil trap system prior to discharge of the river. And we are doing the monitoring, monthly monitoring. We send to a SAM accredited lab to make sure that it not only comply with the Department of Environment regulation or act, but also comply with national standard for drinking water quality. That's why it's not only relates to Department of Environment, but also relates to other department, which is Ministry of Health Malaysia. So we successfully and for now we still maintain the on trap and keep monitor our water quality, and it's become better, and also we try to convince the management to replace new vehicles to make sure these are not happen in the future anymore. Okay, I have got 3 more minutes before I for question. Okay, second study is about the special waste management from for ashes from incinerator. Basically, we got under the our subsidiary, which is we got to contract to manage mini incinerator, and from incinerator itself, process itself, it created generated 2 types of ash. First is fly ash. First is bottom ash. Second is fly ash. If you're familiar with the combustion system, then you know about that. So this is what we manage. We manage the mini incinerator, which we receive 30 to 40 metric tons waste per day. And we need to manage 1,000 to 1,200 metric ton per month waste that we receive, domestic waste we receive, and claims for combust. The issue is we have a limited storage area over there. So we have limitation on that, and also the prescribed premise is very, very far. And as mentioned, we got 2 contract, and the first one premise is located in the island. What happened is you need to transport the waste using the barge. So it's very, very difficult to do that, and require a lot of money. And also, our premise is monitored by multiple legal authority, KPKT, Majlis Pembandara, and so on. And also so many authority monitored our compliance. So we keep pushing by them to make sure comply with the all authority requirements. So this is you can I think our organizer will share with you my slide if you want to know more about the process. So this is the process. So at the end of the day, this is a wet bottom ash. We have the fly ash and so on. You can see if you are interested, because if you are engineering, then you can capture it easier. Engineering environment, you can capture easier on this. But I will try to what I'm trying to say that they are not straightforward in terms of management, and very, very I'd say very challenges to manage that. And also you need to, as mentioned, to dispose it, you need to have 2 costs: just transportation charge and also treatment charge. And here we also to add on transportation charge on the batch itself. So transportation charge from the prescribed premise plus transportation charge for another transportation cost method, like barge and so on. So there are many so many costs over there, and hopefully then we we successfully managed it after dealing with the DOE, after discussion with the Department of Environment, the KPKT, and so on. So there are challenges in managing scheduled waste that I have involved, and also we also need to apply for special waste management for both of the facilities. Because what? Because luckily we have nearby it, we have the uh, previous landfills, and we apply to have the special management to dispose the waste at the landfill with the consent of DOE and also strict monitoring from them. And this is about the guideline of applications, special ways, and if you are familiar with eSwiss, under the eSwiss, the new eSwiss V2, they have mentioned about the special ways over there. But as practitioner, I believe uh, for simple special ways, if you want to store your waste over than 20 metric ton or over than 180 days, also previous practices you need to apply with special waste management using this form. But now they are for that cases they are using a simple special waste management. But if you have a difficult task like me or case like me, you need to apply a proper special waste as per DOE requirements. And this is example of the ways we need to make to show to the E what is their waste criteria in terms of infectious, in terms of corrosivity, in terms of ignitability, what else reactivity, and so on. So we need to make sure to the E that waste is, and also we need to do TTLC test, TCLP test, and so on prior to the execution of the special waste management. So I think is it for now? Is it okay for now for me to stop and take question, because I'm afraid I've got until 10:20 to finish my presentation. Sorry, Che Omar.
Okay,
All right.
so thank you
Yeah,
again.
sure. I show a little bit about this, but I didn't mention about it. TCLP, TTLC, TCLP. This is the chronology, and then for more details, because as mentioned, I have become a freelancer. I am set up a new a small company which is has is global. If you want to know more, you can have in details, and this is my LinkedIn, and I open for looking for the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fazli, for the wonderful paper presentation on the topic. So, looking at the chat box, we have several questions. The first question is, from your perspective, why do the authorities place greater emphasis on industrial players rather than residential communities, which generate significantly more waste promoting waste reduction? Additionally, why is the focus more on recycling rather than comprehensive waste reduction strategies?
Okay, all right. Okay, to answer that, as mentioned that DOE allow for now the disposal or treatment do at the prescribed premise. So for now they are talking about the four R: reduce, reuse, recycle, and also recovery. So they believe that as mentioned, I show in the slide saying that some of it only part of it goes to the recovery. So now they are talking about the circular economy. So it's in terms of circular economy, the gist is you minimize your raw materials and maximize your consumption. Your production, and and also minimize your waste. What happened to your waste? You using the recycling method or recovery method to make sure that you goes back to the circle of the circular to and can be used as the raw materials of your products. So that's why for now, but as mentioned, maybe after this, if DOE can be lenient a little bit on this and allow to for industrial player to do it the treatment at the site with a certain criteria or certain I would say approval condition and so on, so it can be happen in the future. But for now, I believe the first place do it want to control it in a circle that they can monitor, because if they allow this, then they cannot monitored by their teams anymore. Thank you. Second
Okay.
question.
I hope Miss Nur Afrika, I hope that answers your question. So the second question is from anonymous attendee. He asks, why can't we amend our EMT on emails after we key in?
Oh, okay. Okay, the details about EMT or emails you need to check with your because they are the one who are monitor the emails. So I'm suggest for you to refer to your DOE states to know more about that, because based on my experience, you need to be hands-on or one-to-one to get more about that information, because as consultant we can advise, but at the end of the day, the one who monitor and make sure that you comply is Department of Environment. So please be make sure that you get a right sources of information prior to emails or EMT. Thank you so much.
All right. I hope whoever asked the question, that answer was sufficient. Next up, we got a question from Mr. Ng Teck Hai. He asks, the speaker mentions that the authority might make amendments to SW Regulations 2005 first schedule. Can you please share when the amendment will take effect and the content of the amendment?
Oh, okay. The amendment, but I heard is thank you so much for the question. Actually, the amendment is still they are talking about the amendment, but I'm not the person involved in the team. They have set up their own team to do the amendment. But what I heard that they try to, because for now we as we can see in the first schedule, we got our schedule is SW101 until 505 5501, but they want to make sure that some of it like what 104 SW104, if I'm not mistaken, there are so many so many heavy metals over there, so they want to specifically for this industry can generate this type of chemicals or this type of heavy metals, then you can have a clear more understanding on how to identify is it your waste is scheduled waste or not. So they senang cerita it try to make it more specific rather than combine in one code and so on. So they try the code they want to make it more specific, like SW110 electronic waste and e-waste, electric waste, it's very general inside there. So we try to make sure that the players, industrial players, understand what they are talking about the electronic and e-waste, and how from there how you can identify your waste based on the by referring their schedules. All right.
Any idea when that amendment will take effect?
I don't know
Or
because because
Ali?
but I will share because currently I'm actively update some information inside my LinkedIn. And previously I'm updating about the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. But if I had any news, I will share in there, and be friend with me in LinkedIn if you want to know more about this. And for now, I didn't have a comment on that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so next up we have I'm not sure if this is a statement or a question from Mr. Chiu Hon Moon. He says that we plan to return the contaminated container to the original supplier. We sent in a letter to DOE, but the request got rejected by the DOE because the supplier is not a prescribed premise. bukan ke DOE dan practice cradle to cradle.
Oh, okey, macam ni. Saya boleh jawab bahasa Melayu boleh ya?
Boleh, sila.
Melayu boleh, bahasa Inggeris boleh. Okey. Macam ni. Kalau you tengok di dalam website DOE, if you look in DOE website, it mentioned about the prescribed premise. As I mentioned previously in my presentation, I mentioned about the prescribed premise. But yes, they have the code. Such as they have a code 305, 306, and so on. But as I mentioned, they now DOE mentioned about the TWG and also waste acceptance criteria or WAC. Because based on my experience, yes, we thought that we have that code, but after we visit the site is not ready to receive our waste. Because what? Because it exceed their waste acceptance criteria. That's why when you apply to dispose your waste at the prescribed premise, then you need to also convey with the waste acceptance criteria. So or test limit, and then they check is it okay for them to receive your waste or within their capacity or limit. If not, then they ask you again to reduce your criteria with chemicals and something like that to make sure that it meet can suit with their whatever machine or equipment that they have.
Okay, Mr. Yes, check.
Okay, sorry. Again, but rejected by DOE because supplier is not prescribed. Okay, you can check. You can check in the website, DOE website, what who are prescribed premise, and bear in mind that prescribed premise also they also need to have another license, which is prescribed conveyor transportation to get your to collect your waste. And you can check in details because inside there they have prescribed premise and what code they what Scalewis code that they can treat. All right.
Mr. Chu Honwood, I hope that answers your question. So next up, we have a question from Chua Zube. If the supplier just collect back the chemical drum for refill purpose, not to treat the drum, do they still need to be a prescribed premise?
Okay. This one I'm suggest for you to discuss detail in with DOE state because if you see in the e-Swiss, whatever you do to your waste, you need to declare on it. Either you use for reuse or repurpose and so on. You need to check because actually yes, it's mentioned about the how say about the repurpose or reuse for your drums, but it the premise is not a prescribed premise. So for this, I'm suggest for you to discuss in detail with DOE because I'm afraid you might think like this, but DOE think like that. So you so the uncertainty is there. So you need to get advice from the how to proceed with this. If not, if you keep doing like this, I'm afraid you're eating lion, and then you buat lion, you might be summoned by DOE.
Because at the end of the day, what goes is whatever the OE says goes, right?
Yes, yes, yes. They are regulated actually.
Yep. Okay. Miss Afika just commented that there's a program called the Take Back program for the issue, but need to deal with DOE Putrajaya.
Ya, betul. Sebab kalau kita tengok di dalam ISWIS 2, dia ada reuse dan repurpose. Tetapi reuse tu adalah untuk kegunaan di site, bukan
Oh,
outside. Bila outside, you dah boleh jatuh kesalahan di bawah off-site storage. Ah.
tapi it seems that there are a bit of uh, misunderstanding between the state DOEs because
Ya, ya,
he
ya, ya.
just commented
Tetapi
that KL DOE allows but the Perak tak allow. So
itu yang sebab at the end of the day siapa yang bertanggungjawab? DOE state yang bertanggungjawab. Kalau apa anything happen, DOE state akan di blame. Sebab dia
um,
approve you. So pastikan DOE state tu tahu apa you buat. Kalau tidak nanti you tak tahu Dah lah, you buat, dia tak tahu, dia tiba-tiba HQ buat inspection, and then they found ada issues ni, dia kena blame. After this, memang you banyak lagi kena saman dengan DOE. Bukan saja schedules, tapi isu-isu lain lagi.
Okay, I noted. So, moving forward, is there any other questions from the chat? Before we continue, I would like to just remind everyone that yes, we will share the speaker slides with everyone after the conference has ended. So, so everyone be refer to slides lah, and we also share the conference recording with everyone so they can, if they have time, they want to refer back to the conference or newspapers, you will be able to do so. So, is there any other questions from the chat? Or if there are no questions, then let's wait for it.
Dah.
Okay, it seems like we are done for the questions for the day. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Fazli, for
Okay,
your
thank you so
presentation.
much. Thank you so much, Cik Umar from Mashika for giving me this opportunity, and also I hope we can meet in the future, maybe as a team or as a part to make sure that we not only just attend this but also as a game changer for the future. Thank you so much.
All right, that's all the time we have for our first session. Everyone, please thank Mr. Fazli for his wonderful presentation on schedule risk management and mistakes.
Thanks again.
So,
Bye.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Selamat.
Okay, just to remind everyone that later today we will have a quiz. But my comment is please pay attention to each of our speakers' papers because most of the questions involved are based on the papers by speakers themselves. And if you perform well, there is a special prize waiting for you during the quiz. Anyways, I think for now, everyone's a bit tired, everyone's a bit thirsty. So let's take a 10-minute break until 10:30 and we'll get on with our next paper by Encik Rahim. So I'll see you then. Thank you very much. Okay, Assalamualaikum and welcome back everyone to the Enviro360 Waste Management Conference 2025. Uh, we just had a short break, short time break, and up next is our second speaker, Mr. Rahim. So is everyone ready? Has everyone come back yet, or should we wait for the others? I see Mr. Rahim is ready. Okay, let's see here. Channel 1 is ready. Very fair enough. Okay, I can see that Mr. Rahim is ready to go. So let's not waste time. So everyone, next up, for our second speaker, we have Mr. Rahim, a senior industrial effluent treatment system practitioner. Mr. Rahim brings with him over 33 years of extensive experience in the field of ITS, specializing in both physical chemical process and biological processes. His deep technical expertise is supported by his certification as a CEPISTO PCP competent person, awarded by IMAS under DOE in 2011. In addition, he is also a certified trainer accredited by HRDF TTT program. So everyone, please welcome our second speaker for the day with his paper titled Sustainable and Greener Earth AGS for Future Use in Malaysia. Mr. Rahim, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Encik Umar.
Alright.
First of all, I would like to thank Encik Zul Hazami, MD of Mashika, for allowing me to have place here in this conference to have a paper, and also to Dr. Dennis, and also just now Encik Muhammad Encik Muhammad Fazli, sorry, for having a very detailed presentation and applicable to current situation. So I would like to present here a paper to all the attendees here. I hope the participant attendees have some time to focus a little bit, because this AGS, the topic is AGS for future use in Malaysia. Hope everybody okay with this, with my audio and video. So this AGS is not yet happening in Malaysia in a full scale, but there are many research studies have been done in the universities or college in Malaysia. I've seen that. So my topic is Nareda cycle. This Nareda cycle has been around since the 90s, and we can see our pointer, okay, on pointer option, laser. We can see that the conventional or current one, this one, on the right side, we do the SVI, SV30, the time consumed to be having that time is this level is quite a lot, quite high lah. But as we can see just now, I want to repeat. As we can see just now, how the settlement is being happening here, very fast. It's about 10 seconds or 15 seconds. Okay, that's why I'm very amazed with this technology. Yeah. So I hope the participant could have with me. Maybe it is a little bit hard to understand how to do this in our current to wastewater treatment. And also this Nareda cycle, in Malaysia, there are many people trying to promote the how to do, but since we are our wastewater treatment under IWK, especially in IWK in sewage, it's not easy to just accept their proposal because this Nareda cycle needs some study. Okay, before I get started, let me check for the time. So 15, part 2, part 3. Okay, let's go. The study started in 1870s for this accelerated oxidation of organic matter until mana dia? I lost the page. Where is it? How to get back? I think I lost the page. Hmm? How to share again? What happened? How to share again? Something happened here. Sharing.
Cik Rahim, your screen, you are already screen sharing.
Okay.
Okay, now
But why I cannot find my screen sharing? What did I take? Just now was okay. Now was not. Now it's not. It-
can you try click stop screen sharing and then you try buat balik.
Which one? Okay, stop share. Okay, then I
Okay,
go
then
again.
try share again.
This one. Okay.
Okay.
No, okay.
Okay, we can see. You just need to
Okay.
slideshow. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So until to this year, 2023. So they started the big scale in 1990s. Okay. Next. Okay. To understand the Nareda cycle, we need to understand a few things like nitrification and denitrification and polyphosphate PAO, polyphosphate accumulating organism. These Nareda cycle are not new. They just apply whatever is being happening in the sewage treatment system. They also have done in production of food industries, but to to share the knowledge with others, they have to do it through the easier way, because some company they not allow to give this information. So after I finish my this one paper, it's not that we can do it by our own, but we still need someone who are versed with to this Nareda cycle, and it needs time, okay, to culture the Nareda cycle sludge. Okay, Nareda cycle needs first is the nitrification, denitrification, then the polyphosphate accumulating organism. Then it needs another method, not as what we have been doing until now at the sewage treatment system. Okay, later I will inform that. Okay, this one it shows until this year's there are about more than 80 to treatment plant already using this AGS, aerobic granular system. Sorry, aerobic granular slash. And aerobic granular slash has been in full-scale application in 2011. In the 90s, they're doing the full-scale, but at one or two places only. I have to catch the time. Okay, why I'm talking about this? Because AGS compared to our conventional system, this AGS is faster. This AGS is more cleaner. The AGS is easier to control compared to the current activated sludge, our activated sludge system. So if our population is getting higher and higher, we need to get our treatment faster and faster, and our location places, we couldn't get that bigger and bigger and bigger. So we have this sustainable control of smaller place for a bigger treatment. Okay, and we can see that our birth is every year is increasing, no stopping. 500,000 K. Okay, the credits to these people who have been doing this to AGS. So I'm taking all the information from them because in Malaysia we do not have. In these slides, I think only 5 is from me. The others I get it from the studies and the Google photo. Okay, first of all, we need to have this microscope to know. We cannot just imagine what is happening in our wastewater. We need to have to see what is going on inside our wastewater. What microbes are there inside our wastewater? So accordingly to our guidance, DOE for IETS, they also require us to have this microscope 200 times. Okay, this is from guidance, page 2022, guidance for PCP and BP in our IETS. And we are recommended to observe the bacterial flock size and shape, presence of filamentous bacteria, changes in number of protozoans, and the presence of rotifers. This is as recommended by our guidance. And we can use this to check our AGS development. And also we can see that in our guidance, they also have this form in Appendix J in the guidance, whereby we need to analyze, observe it under the microscope, and right here, having, if we don't have the experience, have, no have, no have, like that. Or a small population, bigger population, until we are well versed in the how to write this. And I want to also introduce some types of wastewater treatment, such as aerobic process. Aerobic process, they have this suspended growth, activated sludge, aerated lagoons, aerobic digestion. Attached growth, we have in the trickling filters, rotating biological contactors, packed bed reactors. Hybrid, suspended, and attached growth also have this activated sludge. Anoxic, where we do not have, we do not supply the oxygen, but it's open. The top is open. Okay, and the anaerobic, we have a digester where we do not apply oxygen inside the digester, and so on. And the metabolic function, we have the aerobic, where we have the oxygen, anaerobic, no oxygen, anoxics. This is for no oxygen, but this is the nitrate nitrogen conversion in biological. So for those who are PCP might not be well versed in this, but with BP, they are should know about this anoxic, aerobic, and anaerobic, because in IWK now they have A to A, anaerobic, anoxic, and aerobic system which they apply. Vegetative is in the absence of oxygen, which is in anaerobic. And we also have the combined but separate tanks. Okay, let's see about the microbes. But first of all, we need to think small. We need to think like this Ant-Man. Ant-Man, our same size, will come down the growth and see the molecules, see the microbes. We need to think small, then we can understand what is this AGS. Okay, this is just orang kata to be interest for you lah. Okay, for if we look into the micron telescope, micron, the electron, we can see this rod bacteria. Bacteria, we only interested in the rod type, the coccus type, or the circular type, or not be interested in our wastewater treatment. I want to show you that these bacteria, they have a layer, they call it capsule or slime layer. Okay, this capsule or slime layer will excrete atau dia akan merembeskan slime, lendir apabila dia dah tua dan dia nak mati. Bila dia excrete this slime layer, many yang dah tua-tua pun sama buat, dan dia akan melekat. That lekat akan menyebabkan kita dapat dia punya slush. Okay, in this video, we can see how the bacteria accumulate. Bacteria accumulate maybe in 2 minutes, break from 1 into 2. Okay, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So they break like that. Or maybe it can be 2 days, one time to break. This video is moving faster one. I accelerate the speed. But this is how the bacteria accumulate. Okay, want to show you if the proper food they have, food to M ratio, this bacteria can become very large population. And this is how the bacteria with one flagellum, this flagella moving. The flagellum anti-clockwise, the bacteria itself will go the counter. Okay, counter, it is not the same, it will not be the same rotation. But maybe we have many flagellum, and they will turn. Okay, we will concentrate on this bacillus rod type. Coccus or spiral will not give benefit to our aeration tank. So with this, when we aerate and we have the food is our wastewater, the food is our BOD, the food is our COD. And until it takes up the food and bring down the BOD, and the just now, this cell wall, the slime layer will excrete, akan merembeskan, dan masing-masing akan melekat lah. And this is what our block formation will increase. If we do not give good food for them, we do not give the suitable food for them, we do not take care of the DO, we will not get a good flock. And this chart is very important. This chart is very important. Through time, 10:55. Through time, the bacteria will eat the food, and it will have a population increase exponentially. Okay. Nah, this one, it will increase the population very high speed. And we can see that when they are young, they have this rapid growth here, and they are old. So we don't worry about what will happen if there are many, because they do not become overflow inside our activated slash. So they will die. If we compare with our age, it will go like this. Go like this. But this one, it will go like this. It will die very fast. Okay, this is some visual. This that we can see, this is young, this already flock, this will already die. So depending on the food, by microscope we can see. So if we are new, first time we see this one, and then we see this one. This one easy. This is already dying, and we need to do the wastage. Okay, wastage. Okay, this one. If we have many of these flock, we need to increase the wastage. If do not have, we need to return, increase the RAS. Okay. So this is the aeration tank. You go here and secondary tank, secondary clarifier. And usually 60% will go here, round and round, and 30%. But this depending on what is our condition. That is why we need the microscope. If we do not have the microscope, we just imagine what is happening there. We imagine, and maybe we slip that important information. Kita tersilap dan kita bagi makan banyak ke, DO rendah ke apa ke, the slash punya time, aeration time dia terpendek ke, terpanjang ke. Okay. Okay, next, I see some question later. Okay, nitrification. I need to go faster, sorry. Nitrification and denitrification. Nitrification, we have nitrosomonas and also nitrobacter. And denitrification, we have this pseudomonas. Okay, ammonia do not have oxygen inside there, so we need to aerate to make it into nitrite, NO2. And this nitrobacter will convert the nitrite into nitrate. So ammonia, bacteria, nitrosomonas oxidizes into nitrite, and the nitrite to nitrate will be done by nitrobacter. This is just an example of one type of bacteria. There are so many other bacteria, but for our stage, for the simplified module, for this one, I just pick one name of the bacteria, so that we know this is during the aeration. Ammonia, the aeration, we need to convert this. And then to nyahkan nitrogen dia, denitrification, we need to stop the aeration. Need to stop the aeration so that this bacteria, ini pun contoh satu Pseudomonas, will convert the nitrate already ni to nitrogen gas. And it also can do this nitrite because this, tak ada kat sini ya. This one. This reaction is not that one way. It may be reversible. Kan, berbalik, tindak bala berbalik macam tu. But it is done by this bacteria. So in our wastewater treatment, for sewage, we jaga itu bacteria. We give the food, we jaga dia punya FM, we jaga dia punya SOUR, specific order uptake oksigen dia. Itu yang kita jaga. Kita tak jaga dia punya reaction ni. Why kita nak jaga sangat ni? Sebab it is murah. It is cheap rather than we use chemical. Okay. Another way to show is that ammonia will become ammonium in water, and these bacteria, nitrifiers, will eat them by using oxygen and become nitrogen, nitrate or nitrite, and become nitrogen. So nitrogen will be released into the air. And this ammonia is not a direct ammonia. It is in the form of compound. To make it easy lah, yeah, we understand this one. Okay. Okay, this is another way where nitrogen gas is being yield, dibebaskan nitrogen gas. Adakah nitrogen gas beracun? That's why if during training I always ask that, because nitrogen gas we have 78% in our environment. It is not a toxic gas, but it is asphyxiant gas, which means that if nitrogen gas alone in our room, we can die because we do not need nitrogen to breathe. We need oxygen to breathe. Okay. So nitrosomonas will transfer ammonia to nitrate, nitrite, nitrobacter, nitrite to nitrate. Macam tu. This Pseudomonas will convert to nitrogen, N2. The reason I've been repeating all this is because this is the basic step that we need to know for our AGS. We need to know for our AGS because this is the cycle that they use to make that AGS. Okay, this show how the bacteria is this one, the breaking into two. So I said it may be 2 minutes and it may be 2 days to make this, depending on the food and the bacteria itself. Pseudomonas, nitrobacter. This one nitrosomonas. Nitrosomonas, nitrobacter, we need oxygen. The Pseudomonas do not need oxygen. Pseudomonas do not need oxygen. Nitrosomonas, nitrobacter need oxygen. Okay. Oxygen come in and nitrosomonas. Inside there it become nitrite and compound lah is nitrite at the linkage, and nitrobacter will convert this nitrite into nitrate. Okay. What's the difficulty here? The difficulty here is the slash H. The slash H. We see that the bacteria for denitrification is the rate is very low because it needs a longer time to reach its maturity. But for nitrification, it needs a very short time. Not short, shorter than this one. It may be 4 days. It may be 10 days in between. With a proper control of DO lah. Okay, what I mean here is just now we look at this one. To reach from here to here to death phase. It for nitrogen denitrification is a longer time, 15 days. But for the bacteria for making making the nitrite, nitrification is shorter, 4 days, 5 days, or 6 days, maybe 10 days. But for denitrification is longer. That is the difficulty to control our bacteria. And that is why we need to know when to bring back this into our aeration tank. And this is to the system that we need. We cannot just buka ni atau pasang valve, no need to return. Cannot. Because our bacteria may be this kind now. Our wastewater, or maybe this kind now. But we need this to go back to our aeration tank. So dia buat kerja. Dia belum nak sampai dia punya death phase lagi. Then, and also we do not know which is Pseudomonas, which is Nitromonas. We don't know. Okay. If we to observe inside the microscope, we only see like this. We also do not know is this Nitromonas or Pseudomonas ke apa, we don't know. But we know the phase, the lag phase, population, the flock that they make. When the flock is the time when the death phase is. That's where they excrete apa tu dia punya ni. The slime. Okay, I hope we understand that. Another, this is how we control lah. If we do not give proper food, they only finish here. And if we do not have denitrification process happen very well, the flock might float inside. So this is another story. Okay, another thing for AGS, we need to know the PAOs, polyphosphate accumulating bacteria. There are so many bacteria for this. Contoh dia tak tulis ni, sorry. Dichloromonas. Lebih kurang lah, Dichloromonas. Okay, tak apa. Because we are PCP, even bio also, only those who concentrate on PAOs only will know this. But we need this macam lendir-lendir polymer ni for the AGS. So how do we do that? So to have that, we need to understand again, and we need to go back and become Ant-Man and become small. Tengok dia. Okay, phosphate from our food lah. So our phosphate accumulating organism ni, okay, dia ni yang akan mengambil fosfat yang makanan-makanan dalam wastewater tu dan akan masukkan dalam dia punya badan, dan masa tu dia mati. That's why we can take out when they flock lah. Tapi cara dia this phosphate bakteria, dia nak ada makanan. So untuk dia makan, dia nak kena ada tenaga. Dalam bakteria ni sendiri ada fosfat. So dia akan bakar sikit fosfat ni dan dia akan makan benda ni dalam satu tindak balas reaction yang very detail. They will make it into PHP ni. Ada PHA, ni banyak question. PHB, macam-macam ni. Tapi kita boleh panggil PHP atau PHB ke apalah. Yang ini semasa anaerobic zone. But our concern is only during this anaerobic zone. Because during dia jadi kepada flock ni semua ni, dia perlukan aeration lah. Sebab dia akan untuk pecahkan PHB ni, dia akan untuk dapatkan fosfora dekat luar ni, dia akan pecahkan PHB ni kepada CO2 dan lain-lain. Tapi our concern is the anaerobic yang akan membuatkan dia menjadi lendir-lendir ni tadi. Lendir-lendir ni adalah dipanggil ALP. Dia kalau dekat anaerobic zone kita pakai Sudan staining. Kalau dekat aerobic zone kita pakai Naser. Macam itulah lebih kurang. Tak payah tahu sangatlah. But we need to have this. Accumulate this to make it use it to make it yang tadi ni. Yang mula-mula tadi ni. Sorry to say, I kena pusing balik. Mungkin ada yang tak. Sorry. Ini granule yang besar-besar ni. Macam biji-biji ni. Nampak round. Dari luar, dari jauh nampak round. Berasal daripada sini. Tapi yang sekarang ni kita hanya guna nitrification, denitrification. But we need to have that PAOs to make this. Itu maksud saya. Okay. With that understanding, we can continue further lah. Got the time. Okay. Then we need to understand second part. The granulation of AGS, the hydraulic stress, and the alginate-like polymers. Alginate-like polymers ni, ini dia. Ini dia cakap ni. Ini nak dapat dia. Daripada PAOs. So, kita bercerita tentang orang yang study tu dah dapat. So, the credit goes to them. Sebelum ada, dia orang pun tak tahu. So, check bertahun-tahun lah. So, credit to them. Credit to the universities. It come from Holland. Now, in Holland, many use. In US also many. In Africa also many. But in US, they call it aqua nerida. In Holland, they call it nerida cycle. Okay, AGS granule dia. Apa tu AGS granule? Apa dia hydraulic stress and apa dia alginate ni, kita dah jumpa tadi lah. So ada later ada detail lagi. So ini yang kita nampak bulat-bulat tu. Okey, di dalam ini ada bakteria yang fosfat tu tadi. Dekat sini ada autotrop, heterotrop. Oh sorry, autotrop, heterotrop tak sebut. Sekejap. Sini ada. Ni. Yang mana menggunakan oksigen dia panggil autotrop. Yang mana tak guna oksigen dia panggil heterotrop. Tapi untuk proses nitrogen sahaja. Yang guna benda lain nama lain lah. Bukan tak ada, saya pun not well versed. Okay, so ingat oksigen autotrop, tak oksigen heterotrop. Heterotrop. Pusing-pusing ni memang orang pening selalunya. Okay, ini yang jadinya. Heterotrop yang tak ada oksigen, autotrop yang ada oksigen. Dia duduk dalam ni. So bakteria yang kalau dekat atobacter slug sana ada, sini ada, situ ada, hujung sana ada. Dia duduk sekumpul dalam ni. Yang buatkan dia punya ALE, lendir-lendir, apa tu, PaOs tu ada kat sini. Yang nak tukarkan dia daripada amonia kepada nitrat kepada nitrat kepada nitrat kepada nitrogen ada dekat sini. So, itu yang senangnya tu. Okay. So, we go to Nereda cycle. The Nereda cycle ni lah, credit to them. The first one dibuat dekat cheese. Cheese bukan yang ni. Di apa tu, syarikat buat cheese. Wastewater dia. Tapi banyak information tak boleh share. So they do the municipal lah. Macam IWK lah. Dekat EP. EP ni satu bandar. AAP dekat Netherlands. Dan kemudian dia terus buat dekat Afrika. Nak tahu tempat panas okey tak. So dia punya bajet, dia punya pelaburan kan tinggi lah. Dan tempat-tempat lain pun ada. Okey, nak cepat lah. So ini tempat-tempat yang ada dah sekarang ni. Banyak lah. Yang ada guna Nereda cycle. Okey. The next tadi apa? Ni, hydraulic stress. Hydraulic stress. For hydraulic stress, we need to know that the treatment use SBR. Sequence based reactor. Dia ada step, fill, draw, aeration and settling. Sama je. Cuma banyak modification kat situ. So kita boleh baca Nereda process. Advantage over include no seeding, substrate, enhance settling properties. Once it happen, dah tak payah buat apa-apa. Dia jalankan je. Until now, the research paper do not write yet the problem. The problem only on the into sustainability, which means that they use electricity. They use electricity to aerate. More aeration needed. Longer aeration hour needed. But now, since we have our solar system, solar panel, so they making into that lah. Betul. Okay, and then the enhance of settling properties. Okay, improvekan settling properties ni. Cepat lah macam tadi tu. Dah 25 second dah dah turun dah. Yang apa tu conventional kita ada SV30. 30 minit tunggu. SBI nak bagikan dengan VSS. Kira lama. So ini dah dekat sana SBI yang 30 minit tu dia ada SBI dah lain. SBI dia 3 minutes. 30 second. Dia ada dah benda tu. Kita belum ada lagi. They create it for them, for this apa tu system. Okay, coexist maknanya dalam bola tadi tu kan, dua-dua semua ada. Okay, next. Okay, minyak pun ada dia buat lah. Ni contoh-contoh you can read your apa tu later I think Cik Omar akan bagi. And we can see efficiency 97%, 87, 99% reduction of all this. Okay, the physical difference between the flock and the granules. The flock yang biasa lah, and our granule. Yang ni kecil-kecil, yang ni besar. 0.5 mm dekat setengah cm. Dekat setengah cm boleh ada. Settling velocity very fast. Dalam 1 minute tu dah ada dah tu. Hindered discrete dia apa tu. Ni mana saya silap ni terbalik ni. Dia SPI 5 minute. Okay. Ni kira dapat. Kiraan dia dalam time miligram per gram dibagi dengan 1000 bagi dengan BSS tu. Dan seterusnya we can see the different AGS equivalent with a degree of sphericity. Maknanya akan bulat. Ni tak ada shape. Yang ini settle dia laju. Withstand high organic loading. Boleh ni kena check. Yang ni memang boleh kena check tapi sensitif kepada bakteria. MLSF pun macam tu. Resistant juga. Apa tu extra polymer substance. Assist adhesion. Apa maksud dia? Ini tadi. Saya ghostan balik. Ni. Ini. ALE. Alginate. Like apa tu polimer. Exopolymer. E tu exopolymer. Luar. Exo. Endo dalam. So nama-nama ni untuk biological atau makro tu rasanya dia biasa kot. Saya pun baru tengok je. So yang macam ni keadaan dia akan jadi macam ni. Dia akan jadi macam ni. Okey, saya tak nak sentuh pasal glycogen. Tapi glycogen pun dia akan buat PHP tadi tu. Dia akan buat PHP tu tadi. Tapi dia tak akan dekat anaerobik dia buat tu. Tapi dekat aerobik tu dia lain. Tapi kita tak payahlah kisah tu. Sebab biasanya kita ambil PAO ni. Biopolymer tu dia jadikan macam glue lah. Itu barang kadang-kadang kita dapatkan ni. Ini bermaksud berkali-kali kita recycle, kita akan dapat gumpalan yang besar. Sampai saiz setengah cm tu kira besar. Dan yang bakteria mati lepas tu akan keluar. Keluar dan masa kita discharge, cara discharge je lah. Bukan cara macam biasa. Dia akan keluar. Tapi BOD, COD semua turun cepat. Ini GS. Ini yang biasa. Ini ada yang brownish ni dia punya ALE tadilah. Alginate light exopolymer. Yang dapat daripada PAOs. Okey. Diorang ada buat lab scale. Saya tunjuk ni gambar-gambar semua dalam internet ni. So, diorang buat dia orang dapat daripada kecil menjadi besar. Okay, dia culture lah, macam culture. Tapi culture bukan dia masukkan apa-apa pun. Dia recycle. After 1 year. Dia orang pernah buat mula-mula after 2 years. Baru clear sebab you know lah, try and error. Kan? Okay, some of the places cantik nampak. Okay, we talk about this SBR. SBR memang ada. Memang kita ada fill up, proses fill up berapa minit. Lepas tu aeration berapa minit. Lepas tu kita biarkan dia berapa minit. Kan? Bagi dia settle. Sebab masa aeration ialah masa autotropic jalan. Masa settling tu masa heterotropic buat kerja. Ini heterotropic. Dan lepas tu draw dan ulang balik. Sistem inilah yang digunakan untuk buat Narada cycle ni. Sama, lebih kurang lah dia ambil benda ni, sistem ni. Sebelum dapat sistem ni memanglah macam-macam sistem try. Ini kira macam orang main forex. Sebelum tu dia agak-agak dia punya teori lah apalah, dia punya bar tu akan naik. So dia buy kat situ kan. Tapi rupa-rupanya dia turun. Dia try and error. Tapi bila dah jadi, kita tengok, baru kita tahu. Baru orang buat teori. Sebenarnya sebelum masa itu mana dia tahu. It can be anything. Because banyak faktor. Termasuklah sini. Itu contoh lah. Termasuklah sini. Okay. So, dia sama. Fill up, aeration, settling. Fill up, aeration, settling macam tu. So data-data yang tadi tu yang saya tunjuk tu sama. Yang ni data yang sama tadi. Efficiency dia, reduction COD, reduction monocle, total nitrogen, phosphorus. Kalau ada phosphorus, suspended solid. Boleh baca. So granulating dia. Okay, dia orang buat guna lab. Lepas tu mini tabletop. Lepas tu pilot project. Mini tabletop ni dekat atas meja. Pilot project ada buat seiras dengan plan yang betul. And then dia buat dekat plan. Dia guna SBR punya sistem. And then kalau tempat lain nak buat baru ataupun already there, they modify, they use this SBR over there. Okay, granulation. Pre-stage of granulation. Maknanya 11.45. Okay. Pre-stage granulation, EPS ni, extracellular polymer tadi, yang kita dapat dari PHP. PHP ialah lipid polymer. Macam-macam jenis. Polysaccharide ke nucleic apa-apalah. Macam-macam. Yang ni kena ada. Lepas tu hydraulic granulation ini SBR tu yang buat. Dia kena berkacau-kacau, pusing naik, berpusingkan dia. Apa tu, granul tu makin kecil, makin besar, makin dia lekat. Ditarik, dilekat secara polimer kan, dia keluar, dia melekat. Dan ALE, flop. Dia flop tu dia jadi kat dalam tu. Okay, cara-cara nak tengok dalam reaktor yang dia orang buat lah. Ni contoh-contoh lah. Dia orang ambil gambar. Ni luki-luki ni dulu kan, dulu. Lepas tu bila sekarang ada boleh ambil foto dalam mikroskop tu, dia ambil lah foto. Okay, ini contoh-contoh macam-macam jenis cara dia orang nak adakan Narada. Ni saya cakap trial, ini pilot, ini trial, ni pilot, ni pilot. Maknanya dalam lab atau dalam satu benda yang tempat yang kecil lah. try dapat study. Tu yang saya bagi tu. So saya buat kerja menerangkan ni senang lah. Tapi sebenarnya kredit adalah pada dia orang ni. It's not me. I'm just telling. In Malaysia, not yet happen. I don't know if happen. You can tell me, you can share. Okay. This is the conventional activity slash with anaerobic here. Biasa kalau slash wastewater dia ada aerobic anosik ni. Tapi sekarang IWK dia dah buat anaerobic 2A. A 2A. Anaerobic, anosik, aerobic. Aerobic masuk apa tu, oksigen dekat diffuser ni. Tapi kalau anosik tak ada oksigen tapi hanya untuk nitrogen punya proses saja kita panggil anosik. Anaerobic is general. Okay, kita tengok dekat mikroskop tadi nak pasang sini ke nak bagi dia lepas banyak. Ini cara yang dibuat. Okey, macam mana nak dapatkan secara fizikal, secara praktikal. Apa tu? Okey, dah keluar. Dia punya polimer tadi tu. So, apa dia orang buat ialah dia ambil daripada dewatering, centrate dia, air anaerobik ni. Dia ambil air tu, dia masukkan balik dalam activator sludge ni. Sebab hanya anaerobik saja yang kita akan, sorry I tolak ke belakang. Hanya anaerobik slash anaerobik proses saja yang keluarkan benda ni. Ni. Ini hanya berlaku di anaerobic zone. So masa anaerobic zone tu kita ambil dia. Kita ambil dia, nak ambilkan nak jadi ni. Nak ambil ni. Dia masuk. Ini praktikal dia lah. Tu dia buat macam tu. Tu yang proses ni dia panggil bioaugmentation of existing plant granules. Dengan granule tu dah start lah sini. Masuk. Ambil. It can be stopped. It can be running. Nak tengok besar. This can be 1 year and it can be 2 years. Okay. Granule flock separation. Okay, ni cara dia tengok. Okay, dan seterusnya saya cakap tadi use centrate from anaerobic system from different process. This to establish the agglomeration process to generate biosolid slash existing process. Okay, nak dapatkan ALE, alginate light exopolymer. So keyword saja another 50 minutes Encik Omar. So we go to the practical side where they can get this and I show you. Ni dah besar. Nampak dah besar. Seperti dia bergumpal. Mula-mula tak ada. Maybe kita kata, lepas sebulan ni tak ada ni, fail ni. Tak ada. Sama lah macam anaerobic. Anaerobic dia ada acclimatization. 1-2 months, semua turun. COD semua macam tak dipecahkan. Tak dapat. Tapi lepas 30 hari, 40 hari, dia punya reduction naik. Okay. Selalu jadi macam tu. Tu. Yang tadi tu. So lukisannya cantik lah. Tapi realitinya yang ni lah. Ni. Ni realiti. Nampak bulat. Sebenarnya dia bukanlah bulat sangat pun. Tapi dia macam kental-kental. Kita boleh tekan-tekan picit-picit macam tu. Okay, two major selection mechanism hydraulic and ALE tadi ni. So dalam mikro dia macam-macam term. Kita ni baru belajar peringkat. Orang kata dia ada 100 peringkat, untuk ni saya ambil macam 1 tu 2 peringkat je lah bawah-bawah ni. So senang nak faham. Just relevant to our aqua Nereda cycle ni. Ingat aqua Nereda from US, Nereda cycle from Holland. Okey, ini contoh lagi. Bila dia buat jadi macam ni, dia nak tunjuk dia punya hidrolik tu. Dia pusing-pusing, dia ada reaction kat dalam ni. Dia mesti ada gerak macam tu. Masa aeration dia. Masa air ni, dia perlukan air. So dia punya jantung dia ada air ni je pula. Tapi kena ada lah ALE apa semua. Sekiranya kita tak ambil bioaugmentation tadi, kita tak akan jadi. Without bioaugmentation, tak akan jadi. Sebab tak ada polimer. Okay. Cantik lah. Okey, ni contoh settle face. Ni yang saya buat, slide yang saya buat. Yang lain semua copy. Wash out smaller and lighter particle. Okay, wash out yang partikel lain dikeluarkan. Lighter flock is wasted. Lighter flock keluar. Waste dia keluar atas, dia bukan bawah. Keluar atas. Dense granule settle faster. Dan yang dense ni yang density dia tinggi lah. Lebih tinggi yang tadi tu. Yang keluar ni. Reactor become anaerobic. Masa ini dalam tu dia ada anaerobic. So hydraulic solution alone cannot withstand to maintain granule and cannot develop bigger. During anaerobic condition needs to centrate from pH. Ini masa-masa terjadinya granule. So kalau tiada PAO tak jadi. Tak jadi. Itu yang diorang penjumpaan yang paling mahal lah, orang kata. So settle, yang ini akan keluar. Lighter keluar. Even the lighter granule pun, kalau ada lighter granule akan keluar. Lighter flock pun akan keluar. So we need that only. So yang keluar-keluar ni adalah slush yang kita buang. Yang kita jadikan ke landfill. Ni slush-slush. Selalunya compare to actual one is only 20%. Banyak ada ni. Kalau ada 100 kilo, 20 kilo pun tak sampai kadang. Kadang 10 kilo. Tu maksimum lah. Kadang 1% saja. So in terms of sustainability, cradle to cradle process product, this is better. This is better. Yang cuma dia punya ini adalah dia punya masa nak kena sekejap lagi aeration tu. Okay, next. Bila dah aerobik ni jadi, release during fill up. Apa tu ini? Okay, kita kejap balik ke sini. Ini akan turun lah. Turun air, level air ni turun. Ini apa? Ini adalah macam settling tank. Kalau kita masukkan air ni tinggi, dia akan overflow dekat sini. Yang jernih ni semua akan keluar kat sini. So dalam proses ini tak ada settling tank. Clarifier, sorry. Macam clarifier. Tak ada clarifier. This is the clarifier. There is no clarifier tank for this process. That is one of the benefit there. So fill up, dia masuk. Through anaerobic release during influent is introduced in the granule bed, settle on the reaction flow. Okay. Influent masuk dan dia akan lebih kat sini. Okay. Lighter akan keluar. Ni belum, lighter akan naik lah. Dense granules settle faster, maximal pH absorption. Okay, and then level naik. Ada pula. Level akan naik. Dan dia keluar ke atas tu. So yang keluar atas tu lebih kurang gambar macam ni. Ni dia naik atas, dia akan melompat ke dalam gutter ni lah. Dia kira macam gutter lah. Tapi V shape pipe ke, U shape pipe ke, macam tu lah. Top reactor. Dan dia akan dikeluarkan. Okay. Ini tutup lah. Kalau buka ni dia tak akan sampai lah. So discharge. Yang daripada atas ni baru dia discharge. Macam clarifier. Just like clarifier, it discharge through the vias of the clarifier. So there is no study that they having pin flock here. I don't know. Ada ke tak ada. But they say don't have. But the pin flock is because of that apa tu, microbe yang tak dapat makanan DO rendah, tak apa, dia akan melompat-lompat ke sini. Dekat the vias tu tempat yang macam V dekat clarifier air dia keluar tu. Kat situ lekat-lekat apa tu slush. Sini tak ada. Dia jernih. So air tu cantik, jernih. So kita nampak ni, dia masuk sini, dia akan berkumpul, dia akan keluarkan lah somewhere. Ni air yang masuk tu dekat atas. Saya panggil gutter tu. It's apa tu pipe yang open, yang dia orang nampak, yang pergi ke sana. Yang ini tadi tutup. Ini tutup, yang ni buka. Senanglah nampak, clear, nak check ke, nak ambil sampel ke, nak apa ke. It's up to us. Okay, the longest phase is the aeration. Okay. Aeration ini kena granule ni kena berpusing-pusing tu yang dia jadi macam bola tu, berpusing-pusing. This is the longest phase. Nitrate transported by diffusion from the outer layer. Diffusion ni resapan. Layer zone into the anosmic zone. Okay, kita tengok balik. Outer aerobic zone to anosmic zone. Aerobic nitrification, anosmic itu secara resapan. Semua secara resapan. Ini bukanlah kulit. Ini adalah selaput-selaput yang apa tu, boleh telus air. Macam tu. Betul. And then ni tadi kan. Okay, and then dia ulang balik lah. Ulang balik. Pergi masuk ulang balik. Ulang balik. Okay. Okay, when we say aeration, this is the time dia buat masa pilot plan. So about 4 hours kan? 60, 8, and 80, 3 hours punya aeration. Inilah masa yang banyak guna elektrik. So now they trying to do with the pump using apa tu, panel solar panel. Kat sini ada. Okay, ini apa saya buat? Okay, ini daripada sini ke sini dapat jernih kan? Dia bergerak lah. Ni buffer tank dia, tunggu collection tank ke apa ke, jalan. Dia akan tunggu. Dia tak ada continuous flow. Sini sebab dia nak 3 jam aeration, fill up, apa tu, settle down kat sini. Dan ni keluar. Air-air yang sini tadi keluar ke atas. So dalam difference between aerobic granule slash and activated slash flocks. What substance flock the aerobic granule slash? If we say activated slash flock, only the excrete of the slime layer when it reach to the death phase of the apa tu cat, the apa dia panggil leg cat, leg phase cat. Tapi untuk granul activated slime ni pun ada apa tu yang tadi tu excrete semua ada, dan juga dia ada alginate like exopolymer tadi yang dapat daripada PAOs. Okey, okey. Tak nak ini panjang, masa dah. Saya nak sebut pasal tank arrangement and cost down, cost saving, sorry. Okay, when we have apa tu this Nareda, we can have like this. Apa tu dia punya layout, or we can have a buffer and have two. Okay, or we can join hybrid dengan apa tu activator slash ni, conventional activator slash, secondary clarifier, buffer tank sini, Nareda pun boleh, dan berbagai-bagai lah. And I want to show you that this is the outcome. 11 suku. 945.
Assalamualaikum Tuan.
Ya.
Dah saya inform Tuan, kita lagi 5 minit untuk for your
Okay.
paper.
Itu yang nak laju tu. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our participant. So maybe you can read. The sustainability of this is that, okay, people over there in Europe, they having this many clarifier. So with this Nareda, they only apa tu kekal kan? This area only. No need banyak-banyak. This one also. Tak pakai dah benda-benda ni. Dia pakai yang sini je. So the footprint about 70% saving. And we say that area 90,000 kepada 30,000. About 1/3. Okay. So others please read by yourself. So it is a better effluent quality, 30%, 50% less energy, 75% less footprint, chemical use less. Cuma dia punya energy untuk aeration. Energy lain tak ada dah. Okay. I hope I present it well. I'm sorry if you don't understand because of time consuming. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rahim, for your wonderful presentation on AGS. As everyone has figured out by now, AGS is a new type of process that has not been really used in Malaysia yet. However, me and Mr. Rahim hope that through this conference, AGS will be more widely known and accepted. So, tapi regarding some people's questions, yes, after the conference, we will provide the speaker papers and the conference recording to everyone here. So don't worry. Mr. Hakim, if any participant have any further questions regarding AGS, is there any way to contact you?
Email.
Can you please put your email in the chat box so they can contact you if they have any questions regarding AGS or anything regarding IETS.
Okay.
In the meantime, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Rahim? If not, we can move on to our next speaker. Okay, it seems that Mr. Rahim has posted his email to the chat box. So if anyone has any questions regarding AGS or ITS in general, feel free to contact him your questions. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Rahim, for your for your paper, and
Welcome.
I hope everyone here has something new to think about after this conference. So a round of applause from Sahim, everyone. Thank you. So without further ado, let's move on to our next speaker. So before we move on to our next speaker, let me see some hands in the chat. How many are still with us today? Or have you already wandered off and done something else? If you're still here, please reply yes. Or I'm still here. Or I'm ready for the next paper. Okay, there are a few here still here. Thank you once again. Thank you very much for everyone who took their time and energy to be with us today. It's a pretty technical conference, I understand, but yeah. I hope what you learn from this conference you can apply in your own organizations later on. So, without further ado, let's move on to our next speaker.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum tuan. Kejap tuan. Oh, sorry. Sorry for that. Mr. Him, can you please stop sharing your screen because we can't pin the new speaker. Oh, got it. Okay, got it. Mr. Shafiq, can you hear me?
Yes, can you see my video? Can you see my face?
I can see your backdrop, but your face is not on the screen, sir.
Oh, wait. So I
Okay.
think actually first.
So, meanwhile, has everyone already filled in the transform that I sent earlier? Is there anyone who missed out? If there's anyone who missed out, I can resend it again. Just for everyone's knowledge lah. So I'm assuming everyone already checked in. It's good. Okay. Let's give our speaker, Mr. Shafiq, 5 minutes for him to figure out his technical issue.
Why can't see my face? Hello, Michael, Cik Umar.
Sekejap, saya panggil my technical to datang assist.
I'm not sure because
Hold on.
is it because of me? No.
So is it possible if you try to show your face without the background first? Maybe the background is overlapping over your face, like layering, you know. Yeah, try to switch off your back. Try to remove the backdrop first, then only put your face. Oh, so I think it might be your camera issue. Because your screen is currently you're opening your video, your camera, but I'm seeing all black. So I think it might be your laptop camera issue. It's not able to project the image. I mean, capture the image of you. Yeah, I think it's a camera issue on his side.
Okay, how can we do this?
One of our participants, he mentioned that maybe the camera is locked. Can you check that?
Camera. Let me check the setting.
Sir, if I may ask, your camera, is it built into your laptop or is using a third
Laptop.
party camera? It's in laptop, yeah.
Yeah. Camera setting.
Maybe just slide open. The slide, there is a slider at the camera.
Yeah, following Mr. Rahim's advice, maybe you can just share your screen.
Camera video.
Hmm.
Sama Zoom. Oh, dia nak klik sana.
Sorry everyone for the technical issue. Let's give Mr. Shafiq a few minutes to figure it out. I see that he has left the Zoom webinar, and I believe that he's going to do the time-old method of unplug and plug it back in.
I'm not sure. I can't show the video, but okay, let me share the slide first.
Yeah, I think it's best share him. Okay, so before we begin, allow me to introduce Shafiq. So if everyone is ready, we will now move to our third speaker for the day, Mr. Shafiq Husni, an ESG and carbon management expert. Mr. Shafiq holds several qualifications, including HSEMS, ISO 27001, 2018 Internal Auditor MS ISO 9001, and HSEMS ISO 40001, licensed by IK Academy Greenhouse Gases. He is also an Industrial 4.0 certified auditor under Standard and Industrial Research Institute of Malaysia. He is also a certified scheduled waste management platform, environmental auditor, and environmental impact assessment issued by the Institute of Environmental Malaysia. So now, please welcome our third speaker for the day, Mr. Shafiq, with his paper titled Strategic Scheduled Waste Management, a Sustainability-Driven Approach. Mr. Shafiq, the floor is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to first is our host today. Then Mr. Umar.
You're welcome.
Huge thanks to my Sheikha. And again to all the participants today. Right, so how many we are today? So I hope
Quite a few.
I hope
Yeah.
everybody can hear my voice clearly.
Yep, I can hear
Again,
you.
I apologize because I can share my.
Can the participants hear Mr. Shafiq clearly?
So
Yes.
please say yes if you can hear my voice clearly.
Okay, they can hear you, sir.
All right.
All right.
I would say we are local here, so I'll be able to speak in English as well and somehow mix with the bahasa. Alright, my part today for the next for 1 hour, I would like to share my experience on schedule waste management, combining with the sustainability approach, where we in Malaysia currently feel the impact uh, regarding on sustainability, carbon emissions, carbon calculations, ESG roadmap, net zero, whatever related to carbon polluted emission from our industry, we can feel, especially for those who are involved in HSE, especially on environmental. I believe most here are quite well known when talking about sustainability. So my part today, and I believe you have more experience than me. So I'm here to share as a invited speaker. So I hope we can have a sharing informations. Don't forget, don't just pause me and ask me a question if you have something to ask, and we can have an open discussion about the topic we are going to present today. All right, so my part is going to share about strategic schedule waste management. We should focus on sustainability-driven approach. Okay, as a content today, I would like to share a link between ESG, schedule waste management, regulatory industrial standard, and how the impact of poor schedule waste management to the climate change, as well best practice on ESG driven by schedule waste management, some of case study, so where not we have an international case study where is a proven record, and how implementation strategy for industrial player like we are you as well, and as a conclusion, so anything call for action, or we can discuss any topics about that. Okay, so I begin. This is overall. Okay, a photo mentions show that overall application. How are we normally here in Malaysia? So we have our operation waste from industrial construction, from the pilot plant, or maybe power plant, the oil and gas, where you have, I would say, almost similar process flow. Then I believe we apply almost the same concept. Okay, we have our guideline from the Departmental of Environmental (DOE). We also follow as a EQA 1974 as our main regulations, somehow specifically on schedule waste management 2005. So those information are as our reference. How are we going to manage our schedule waste? But along the way, so the times pass by, new approach of environmentals. Currently, we are facing another challenge on implementation of sustainability, where you can say under sustainability, there are a few, I would say, additional regulations. Additional regulations on waste management, regulations on air pollutions, regulations on latest implementations, transporting, diesel, everything. So is combining all together that will impact our monitorings. Okay, you can see here in the photos mentioned how is work, how recycling program, waste from the water, impact water, transportations. We have emissions, we have air pollution. those will impact how are we going to treat, how are we going to manage, especially for the company who has their own ESG report. Okay, so who's here have their own ESG report? So can you share something, or you can raise your thumbs up that your company has already implemented, or maybe you in the stages of carbon counting or emission counting. So please let me know. Yeah, we can share, we can have a further discussion about this. Right? Okay, in terms of introductions, okay, so I would say on the environmental parts, sustainability, resources use, pollution prevention, waste management, where they're separately on a few sectors. So in terms of health and safety, community impact, and labor right also as well. So in terms of government-wise, related on compliance, even though for the sustainability, they have a specific in Malaysia. Okay, we're talking about in Malaysia, they have no specific regulations amendment yet. That's why when we go to Department of Environmental, they can put a specific enforcement on the sustainability approach because they have no in our parliamentary discuss or enforce, or we have amendment on specific regulations, but combining based on best practice as a guideline from the ESG, we can have our own for our company. That's why for those company, for a company who have their own roadmap on sustainability, they have their own roadmap on carbon emissions, carbon reductions, or any zero program on waste management, where they, especially on the first spot, okay, for those company registered in the first spot in Bursa, is a compulsory to them because Bursa enforce them to do it so. That means challenge for you. And I believe we, most of the company here in Malaysia, we have probably have a tricky part or technically part quite hard to define, mostly in scope 3. We have a scope 1, easier, scope 2, direct electrical consumptions, scope 3, where you mostly on our waste, on our material, on our logistic, upstream, downstream, most fall in the scope 3. So you need a specific guide, I would say a consultant to guide you, to support you to identify what is the best practice. So bear in mind, in the scope 3, of accessibility, so you don't need to follow all the things. We have 15 items altogether, but just choose what is right for your company. For example, waste material management, logistic.
Excuse me, Mr. Shafiq.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I just realized that you are presenting not in presentation mode. You're presenting in speaker mode. So can you please go to display settings at the top of your screen and
Screen.
yeah, display settings. Or you can just end slideshow, then we start slideshow.
Stop sharing.
Stop share, then share back.
Okay, wait a minute.
Because just now, yeah, what you were showing was your task manager for presentations. Thank you everyone for pointing it out. My team wasn't aware of it. And he is gone. Fair enough. Seems like we have more internet issues from Mr. Shafiq's side. Let's give him a guess. Let's give him a moment, shall we? So, Miss Ashura, just to let you know that after that, we will be sharing all the slide presentations from every speaker after the conference has concluded, along with the event recording.
Okay, do you see my slide?
Yes. Okay, let's show.
Okay,
Oh, still same. Can you please go up to display settings at top of your screen? Display settings.
display setting is
At
hang.
the top of the screen, just
Is hang internally. Wait a minute.
okay. Uh, when you click the display settings, there should be options to full screen.
Yes, it's hang. It's hang.
Okay.
It's delaying suddenly. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. So it's not moving. It's not
It's
moving.
okay, sir. Maybe slight technical issue. Just give a bit more time. Just don't click.
Okay, display setting.
Yeah, just click the display setting at the top of the screen. Then it should be stop. There's always like user show. Is the option available to you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let me. Okay, Mr. Omar, can you share? Okay, you share the slide to behalf of me. Can you?
Oh, boleh. Sekejap, give me a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
nice. So, which
Do
slide
you
were you?
want to use the PowerPoint or PDF?
No,
Or it's okay.
I can just full screen using the PDF.
Okay. Right.
So
Okay.
you
Next slide.
next slide. Here.
Okay. This one.
Okay. Just give me
Please
the
key
next
remain.
section.
Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. All participants, I'm sorry due to bit of technical problem here. Okay, so we put on the next points. Okay, a part of that, so reduce environmental impact and improve corporate reputation. Okay, bear in mind, we're talking about schedule waste itself and impact to our corporate, our managements. They are looking, I would say, almost a single process flow. For example, if you explain about, for example, oil disposal, they say disposal, because I'm quite experienced involving in audit, okay, internal and external audit. where they want to see the flow process. How are you going to dispose your material or your waste? For example, if you are mentioned about from yard, from the other department as well, they use, for example, a ticket or a coupon, not a coupon, a receipts to mention that okay, this amount we're going to send to our scheduled waste disposal. So we need to show the tickets, we need to show the dates, and then it must be in line or tally with our record. That's why implementation sustainability, especially on ESG, is not as simple as that. So you have to make sure you fully understand how it's work. Okay. Then enhances of regulatory. Again, I mentioned to you, they have no specific compliance related to ESG or sustainability, but it's depend on your company. You have to follow, for example, GSG protocol. You have your Paris agreement. So that's how it's work. Okay. And again, if you are talking about award achievement on your sustainability programs or in related to ESG, certain compliance need to follow normally based on certain standards that you are going to follow. Okay. Again, improper disposal rate and sort. This is a part of the element you have to monitor if you're talking about sustainability. And then lastly, at the end, we are going to see how much emission from our process contribute to our CO2. That's the point. So previously, when we are managing scheduled waste, we are dealing with the material, I mean end to end. I mean from cradle to cradle or maybe cradle to grave. But dealing with the sustainability, dealing with the ESG, we need to add on one thing that which is carbon emissions. That's the thing as become our indicator how good we are, how efficient we are managing our schedule waste. Okay, right. Next. Okay, this is the link between ESG and the schedule waste. Therefore, for a few information that you need to know. First, the impact of waste disposal. Okay. Second, how the frame of ESG will support your waste management. Third, role of governance. That means your company or your a corporate in enforcing a compliance and best practice. And last, about social responsibility in waste reduction initiative. Okay, these are four main points I would say become your priority when you want to develop or you want to focus on schedule waste on the sustainability part. For example, number one, we're talking about a simple one example. For example, waste oil. How are you going to dispose by sustainability approach? Number one, you have by compliance under Schedule Waste 2005, we have a strict flow. So end user, we have a transporter, and then to the waste disposal facilities. Get the straight point of the proper process. But under ESG, so you have to consider all process flow. Okay, you have to define who are going to handle, how much, the time, the quantity. It will be a specific process flow that you need to define in your, especially in the report. So it's become a specific process flow. So you need to define from the, especially from your supplier, from the process, from your supplier, you as a user, and then after you print it and become the waste, there's a process flow you need to define detail. Okay, what is the framework practically used for your company? There's a lot. It depends on your industry, but normally we use as a general reporter GRI as a reference. It's up to you. You have various information, various options for your report. Okay, but again, it depends how you define your process flow. All right. Third, role of governance. Again, compliance. Don't try to be above the regulations. Compliance. Don't be too much above. It's become a stress to your company as well. Just be the same as a compliance. Add on more on how you can contribute to reduce and impact to the ESG. Okay, that's the main point. Again, lastly about social responsibility, where is mostly covered on scope 3. So how you dealing with your vendor, dealing with your probably your maybe your facilities disposal. I mean that's how the social responsibility is work. Okay, so in case you somehow, okay, for example in construction, I would say one example. Normally, auditor will spot a few leaking or spillage on the ground because there's no specific regulation mentioned in our EQA how 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 small or how big or how small or how big the amount of the spillage that consider as spillage. Okay, so what my suggestions to the company, to the construction company, okay, just take everything that contain in your soil. Okay, you have an option. Okay, if you want to recycle, you can use, you can combine in, for example, in cement, for example. Okay, so there's an option. Otherwise, it will be effect on your storage times. Okay, so there's something that somehow in environmental, in ESG, you need an advice from third party, how an idea to dealing to manage those areas. Okay, right, next. Okay, and part of regulatories, okay, this is general. So normally on the environmental part, we have EPA 1964, we have International Business Convention, and also in the standard, we have ISO 14001 as a standards. Right? Other than that, we have on the DCA part, and we also have related compliance for emission factor. Okay, those will affect our regulatory. So again, don't be above the regulatory if you want to implement your ESG or in sustainability program. Okay. Okay, a part of industrial compliance, you have a lot of options. Okay, you have a lot of options based on what you are looking for. This depends because certainly we have a more one pillar as a reference. Then those compliance difference and also will affect how you are going to map your company roadmap. Okay, and a case study, you can have a lot of case study around the world. For example, if you are from the F&B industrial, you have reference from Nestle. If you are IT, you have from Microsoft. If you are a company of state waste management, you also have our local as well, and also international as well. For example, SW Waste Management from US is their reference that you can use, okay, as your benchmark, as your guideline. How are we going to manage your schedule waste in the sustainability approach? Okay, next. Okay, so now the impact of schedule waste on climate change. First, you will dealing with the carbon footprints on your waste, number one. So for your information, for those who are involved in the life cycle analysis of carbon footprint, we have to count how much carbon for each your waste, for example, how much. So we take a time and need a very technical, big technical approach to define, to count your carbon. Okay? The second on the data driven on the, in your case mostly is gateways, they produce methane gas. So there's something that you need again a technical person to help and to guide you. I believe Mashika have their own team so can help you, and they will consult you based on your industry approach. Okay, third, and on the long-term environmental consequence, long-term it means if, for example, for future possibility, we gonna have a tax for carbon. We will tax by our carbon emissions. For our neighbor in Singapore, currently they charge for 1,000 tons equivalent CO2 equal to $25. $25. So somehow those become a pressure to us. So that's why we need to reduce, recycle any related program to make sure that we should and must have a lesser carbon emitted, otherwise will affect our industry. Okay, it's for the long term. And then lastly, for the case study pollution impact, you can see a lot of things. You can have a example local and internationally how the impact of the pollutions. There are a lot of case study we can refer, okay, for our reference in order to maintain, to manage our skid waste. Okay, next. Yeah. All right. Okay, next. Okay. All right. The best practice on skid waste management. First, basic information you have to know is waste minimizations strategies. Reduction, reduce, reuse, recycle, recovery is the basic process. So as a company, you must have a person who has a non-technically knowledge about how to reduce, reuse those for your material. And then a circular economy approach, where how are we going to manage our waste? How can we reduce? How can we calibrate? That's how the circular economy. Okay, not all our waste directly disposed to the landfill or healthcare facilities, but somehow we can have a further collaboration with other third party as a circular economy. For example, simple example, our oil. So where can we use for the third party can use our oil as their support. Okay, our probably maybe contaminated plastic, for example. So try to find out the best practice other than directly disposed to our landfill. And then implementation of green technology. We have a lot of current approach technology. For example, how are we going to use our material? But again, we have to refer the basic process flow. How are we going to manage from the eliminations, from the engineering process, from the management, and from the product itself. So that's how the I would say the component of environmental officer or your environmental persons in your company is very important, because the person should have a knowledge how the implementation of the green technology will impact to your company. So not only for the regulations, but somehow in your economic value. Then you have to study about the return on investments. If you want to invest on technology, how long the return on investment to our management. For example, if they want to use a bore technology, bore water technology, or for example, water harvesting technology approach in your company. So how much it will return to your company? Here again, we'll compare to the energy that we use, energy that government contributes, and against, but somehow, currently, you can have, my suggestion, okay, normally in a company, a big company, they have their own internal carbon pricing. That means whatever approach they're going to do, or any project they want to do, they will count again for their own carbon emissions. From that, by investing the technology or approach to reduce the carbon, the company will have a roughly how much they will gonna save the money if they will implement those technology. Okay. Lastly, a case study again. A case study. Why a case study is very important? Because somehow a management, somehow our stakeholder, they looking for how much or how effective, how good if we are going to implement those new technology or the new approach. Okay, okay, next. Okay, this is the case study I would share to you from waste management from the US, where the company itself, how they turns the energy, how they turn their waste, to something very valuable. Okay, for here, they how much they cover, how many, how weighted of materials. From that, how they convert to energy, how they use the process, how this is a process that we here in Malaysia should have the, for example, as a reference. Okay, how much we can apply, can reduce, we can save, how much the contribution to the society or community. Then it become our trigger points to make sure that our target, our goals becomes something achievable. Okay, so everything is something have to deal with the management as well. So because we need to spend the money, we need to spend the budget, but in returns, what the company can achieve. Okay, uh, as a reward, the company would recognize for the best company for the world ethical companies, okay, corporate citizens. So mostly on the ESG part, something need to be recognized to the public because they have no specific regulation, but they're depending on how much contribution to the society or the public based on your approach to the industry. Okay, other than that, you have, for example, experience from case study from the Microsoft as well. You have an example from the F&B company, for example, like Starbucks, Nestle, where they have a huge record that we can have a reference for our industry. Okay, next. Okay, as a strategy, a few steps we need to be considered. First is step by step how to integrate ESG into the schedules. You need to define. Okay, you need to define because it's not easy work. It is something that and you have to combine all department. Not only for HSC, you have to communicate with the financial, from the account, from the process, from the somehow marketing as well. So how you can integrate those ESG principle into the schedules. So I can explain here detail or too much technical because it takes time. But overall, generally is you need to understand integrating about ESG and schedules management. Second, again about return of investment. So I have an experience how a bore water implementation to the company will impact water consumption to the process from the productions. So it's a bit technical. Somehow you need to understand how much water per liter per cents. So it's quite interesting. for those who have a huge passion on the environmental. For the companies, for the management, they are looking for the how much money they need to invest and how long it will return to the company. Okay, that's the thing that for example for myself or for you, especially those working in the area, we have to understand and more on corporate strategy as well. Okay. Okay. Third, on the training engagement, is something that you have to know first. You have to understand first before you explain to your management. You have to master your area. You have to master your core area before you can implement it to the management. Otherwise, it become a white paper without a color. Okay, a white paper without a color, because you need to draw, you need to color it up. If you don't know which color you want to use, what's the thing that you want to draw, so management don't know. They want a new approach to the company, but they are looking for person who can help them define them the best way of strategy in sustainability and schedule waste management. Okay, so I suggest you can try at best, for example, practice. Try to come out instead. For example, previously we were known about safety first. Safety is our priority. Now try to put an awareness about safety and sustainability approach. So that's something awareness among your company, your workers, especially to your management, must be clear. Okay, so put in your day mind, put in your company mind, is something need to be implemented for the best of the company. Okay, again, last about the technology approach, we have a lot of information, AI, have a blockchain, IoT. Those is something that can help you to define, to tracking, to identify, to solve your problem on schedule waste management based on ESG approach. Okay, next. Okay, as a conclusions today, so a few things that you need to know about. First, a basic understanding about waste minimization strategy. You have to know first circular economy approach, which is the way how you manage your waste, not only for by disposal or a landfill approach, but another approach, how we can convert our waste into zero cost approach. Okay, try to come up with a strategy for zero cost approach, other than you hire a transporter or schedule waste facilities to dispose your waste. Alright. A third, on the green technology approach, they have huge, it's depend on your industrial. So any green technology approach or innovation you can apply. But again, you have to study how the ROI, return of investment to your company. Okay. Okay. Again, lastly about training and engagement, it's about awareness. Not only you have to understand, but everybody in your company, your staff, workers, you have to understand why this is very important. Why, how important to your company, what the return to your company for the future. Okay. Okay. Second point is about encouraging industrial player. If you are probably a supplier, if you probably a consultant, please do your best to support this approach. Okay, like the implementing of internal policy. Okay, normally it's quite technical parts, but the consultant you can advise best practice to the company. Okay, so any smart technology or any technology can be approached to the company. It's depend on the industry as well. And our incentive and rewards. Normally, the government have their incentive or rewards for those the company have their improvement, achievement on the sustainability as well. So you can see a lot of tons in what that currently implemented is posted in the social media as well. And then last, about community engagement, don't forget number 17 on sustainability, they have collaborations. That means even though you have a limitation of skills, limitation of manpower, but you can have engagement by collaborating. And they have a lot. They have a lot of groups. They have volunteer programs, agencies that you can use by engaging them. Okay. A third important thing is collaborations on the any related waste solutions. You can have government sector collaboration, we have the private sector collaborations, and somehow on the technology approach, again, participant by the community, and anything that you can see that ESG or ESG goals, they can use for the company. Okay, those a key main point. Generally, I will share today to you, but technically or the deep down detail, you need to have a, probably you can call a shaker for further informations. How can you as a company try to have your own roadmap, or how are going to start for your company for the sustainability. So I would say that's all for me today. So any questions, so I open to you. We can have wider informations and sharing today.
Okay, Mr. Shafiq, in terms of ESG implementation in currently in Malaysia, do you have any recommendations or any steps to advise to our participants on how to implement in their own organizations? As I understand right now, ESG has become quite a big topic in the industry, as many players are trying to find a way into or find about or find a cost-effective way to implement ESG into the operations, into the organizations. So in that regard, do you have any advice for for our participants on how to on how to implement it in a cost-effective way?
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the questions. All right. For those company or a person, or I mean, you have become consultant. How can you put a starter plan to start your company as a roadmap, for example? Okay. First, you need to, I would say, to have a deep discussions with your management first, right? It's something that management need to know first. They need to have their own clear mindset about this issue. Okay. Other than that, so it become a problem to you when you are going to implement or any budget that you are looking for. Right? That's need to we have a clear approach to your company first, especially to your management. That's number one. Okay. Again, if you are registered in the first spot in the bursa, is a compulsory. Most of financing part or investor, they are looking for a company who has a green approach in their business strategy. Okay, this is number one. Second, you have to have a clear visions about a mission on your company related to this contribution on ESG. That's why some company have their own roadmap. Again, we have a general roadmap, while international roadmap, we have by 2030, we are going to reduce almost 50% of our carbon emission. It's quite technical. You need a person. You need a person who can have a skill to count the carbon. There's another story. But for the company looking for a future, I mean, for the company to establish the more green approach is one of the technology that become compulsory for the future. All right. Then this is more on the management part for your policy, your framework, your area and principal focus area, which area you need to focus on. For example, on the element environmental part, which area you need to focus on the social, on the governance sector. So those is a basic you have to know before you go into deep on the process part. Okay, other than that, it become I would say tricky and quite hard to implement it. So first, you have to clear with your management first. That's number one. And then the next steps is easier. So we just which area you need to cover up, which focus, which process. So what the most your major contribution to the environmental. So that's another part. Could be not too easy, but more on technical. But for me, the most critical parts, you make sure that your management, your shareholder have a very clear understanding about what you are going to implement on the ESG or sustainability. Okay, because I believe most of the company have their own standard and SOP that as a support system. After that, just a different method approach from the ISO standard and adding more on sustainability approach. Okay, because you need to come up with a report as well on sustainability and ESG. So that's the thing that you need to have a clear explanation to your management. Okay, so that's my suggestions
Okay.
before anything you want to start about sustainability or ESG.
Okay. One more question. ESG is commonly linked with GLCs, MNCs,
Mm.
or just large organizations. Is it possible for small SMEs to also integrate ESG or sustainability in your operations, or is it too expensive, or SMEs don't need to do ESG also because it's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, for the future, okay, not for the future. Currently, most of our banks they have their compulsory approach on for their report. Bank also have their own ESG report. I mean, all the banks in Indonesia because they are listed in the first spot normally. So part of that to maintain their reports in a good conditions, they have a company who borrow the money from their banks. This is the process. Okay, so for those a company who has a green approach, even though a simple approach by using a solar, simple approach by recycle program, that you define is part of your green program, they have an advantage to see more or to I would say to be favorites to the company to approve more money for their business. That's how even the SME is not compulsory yet, but it is something that you have to grab an opportunity that you are a company that part of the green approach. This is my overview because I've been dealing with a few bankers for the criteria that they are looking for the future. So just make it simple how you can have a green for your company. Right?
Ladies and gentlemen, alert, fire alarm, please.
So thank you for the explanation, Mr. Shafiq. Is there any other questions from the participants regarding Mr. Shafiq and his paper. So seems like there are no further questions. Thank you once again, Mr. Shafiq, for participating in this conference. I hope that everyone here has received what the core of what Mr. Shafiq has tried to share with you through his slides. Once again, everyone, please give one applause for Mr. Shafiq. And Mr. Shafiq, if the participants need to contact you regarding ESG, if they have any further questions, is there any way to contact you? Maybe your LinkedIn or your
Okay, I don't have a LinkedIn as my sharing information, but due to further discussion, so maybe mostly I collaborate with my Sheikha, so you can
I
contact
see.
Mr. Omar as well.
Okay.
So that he can follow along with me. So because we have a mutual understanding, so any programs related to ESG or sustainability, we also have partnerships
True.
to develop this. So
Okay. All right. All right. Once again, everyone, please give a round of applause for an awesome presentation from Mr. Shafiq. And thank you again. So after this, we'll have our lunch break until 2 p.m. So everyone, we'll be having our lunch break now, and we'll continue again at 2 p.m. Please join us. Please join our session 1 minute before we go live. I'll see you then.
all right, thank you very much, everybody. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you very much, sir.
Bye. Assalamualaikum.
Bye. Hello, madam. Madam. Miss. Chaliza. Ya,
Ya,
madam. Boleh share screen ke? Nak try dulu ke?
boleh sekejap ya. Saya disable pula kat sini. Cannot share.
Oh, faham sekejap.
Uh,
Share. Oh. Sekejap. Boleh test sekarang ke? Okay. Kau nampak?
nampak?
Nampak. Tapi ini dalam bentuk PDF eh?
Saya share on PDF. Saya tak rasa saya
So,
punya
boleh just full screen the PDF ni lah eh?
full screen
Full screen je. Tak nak, puan tekan Ctrl L.
Control L.
Ah,
Okay.
full screen.
Okay.
Tapi kalau full screen guna PDF, dia tak guna left right. Left right, puan kena klik the page. Baru dia akan gerak.
Okay. Alright. Kau nak try ni pun boleh juga. Kau nak try PowerPoint dulu.
Boleh.
Okay, sekejap Nampak tak? Umar?
Oh, hello?
Ya.
Tak pasal mute. Okay. Cuba
Nampak?
nampak. Boleh share screen ke?
Ni dah share screen lah.
Boleh present ke?
Nak besarkan?
Besarkan.
Ni dah besarkan dah. Saya punya memang jadi macam tadi tu yang Encik Syafiq punya.
Oh,
So saya kena guna PDF lah.
saya rasa better guna PDF lah.
Alright. Okay.
Okay, madam.
Boleh.
Assalamualaikum and welcome back everyone to the Enviro360 Risk Management Conference 2025 held today, the 19th of June 2025. Yes. So before we move on to the next paper, I would just like to see how many of you are still around. Can anyone say yes in the chat? Is everyone ready? Is everyone ready to go? Because the next paper is on GHG, and based on what I understand, GHG is quite the topic nowadays. So I'll just like see how many of you are prepared. Okay. Thank you, Mesa. I see you're very prepared. Fair enough. Okay. Before we begin, I would just like to remind everyone to please, as I mentioned earlier, please focus during each speaker's papers. As for the quiz we'll be having this afternoon, the questions will be based on each speaker's paper. And if you want the special reward, you better start taking notes. Anyways, let's jump right back into our final presentation for today, which will be presented by our speaker, Madam Asliza Sherin, Senior Environmental Engineer at Amcor Technology Malaysia Sdn Bhd. Aziza is an experienced environmental engineer with 12 years of progressive involvement in environmental compliance, environmental management systems, and sustainability practices. Her expertise spans a wide range of areas including carbon footprint reduction, greenhouse gas, reporting, responsible business alliance, and business continuity planning. She also has a solid foundation in learning and development, particularly in training and capacity building related to environmental systems. Her technical background includes auditing experience. She is also well versed in managing environmental facility equipment, wastewater treatment systems, and has consistently led training sessions for both new and existing employees for ISO 14001 and facility management practices. Additionally, she also conducts orientation sessions for new contractors and refresher courses for internal ISO 40001 auditors. As part of her company CSR, she is a regular she regularly speaks or briefings to university students regarding topics related to environmental and chemical engineering. So we have quite the speaker with us today. So Madam Aziza, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Are you ready?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. So, everyone, please give a round of applause for our next speaker, Madam Aliza, with her paper, Scheduled Waste and Greenhouse Gas Emissions Approaches for Environmental Sustainability. Madam Aliza, you have the floor.
All right, so I'm gonna share my screen now.
Yep. Okay, I can see your screen, madam.
All right, it's
All right.
full screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, I shall start. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. So I'm Azliza. Thank you for being here today. So I'm gonna present a little bit on this topic that which the link between schedule waste management and also greenhouse gas emission. So as we all know, waste isn't just a cleanliness issue, but it's actually a climate issue as well. So with the improper handling of hazardous or schedule waste, it can lead to a serious pollution and also contribute to the greenhouse gas like methane, especially from the landfills. That will be the biggest problem that we are facing in Malaysia right now. So in this presentation, okay, we will look on how the waste management will affect our climate, with what strategies can help us to reduce emissions, and also how country like our country, Malaysia, are taking action on this. So let's begin to understand more about this. So this is the environmental sustainability goals. So SDG, I mean, this is quite popular and everyone I think has gone through all about this. But as we navigate the complexities of the industrial development, okay, we know the waste management, climate change became very increasingly clear that these two issues, which is our schedule waste and also greenhouse gas emission, are deeply interconnected. So we must address in an integrated strategic manner if we are to meet our global sustainability goals. So under the United Nations, so they will be under United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly for goal number 12, which is the responsible consumption and production, and goal number 13, which is under the climate change. These are called to transform how we manage waste and how we reduce emission. So these two goal number 12 and 13 are connected to schedule waste and also greenhouse gas emission. So for improper handling disposal of scheduled waste, I think everyone would know it might contaminate the soil and also groundwater, which will lead to water pollution and will harm the ecosystem and also human health and also significant environmental liabilities for industries. So for sustainability standpoint, the goal is to minimize this goal that they are doing for, especially for number 12 and number 13, is to minimize the generation of scheduled waste and to ensure that all the product that we produce is safely treated, recovered, and disposed of in accordance with national and international standards. So this one will be under our schedule waste management for the competent person that handling the waste management. How do you safely treated that one or recovered, and how do you dispose it safely according to what our regulation stated. Okay, so on the other hand, okay, we have the challenges on greenhouse gas emission as well, primarily carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous dioxide. So these gases are byproducts of our energy system, industrial operation, agricultural practices, and importantly, waste treatment activities. That will be another huge impact from our waste treatment activities to our greenhouse gas emission. So when we talk about scheduled waste, we must remember that certain treatment methods, such as incineration, primarily incineration can release large amounts of carbon dioxide and other pollutant unless managed with advanced technology. So in landfill especially, also improperly treated hazardous waste can also contribute to methane emission with the leachate pollution as well. That has been an issue in Malaysia. Then we can see a lot of illegal dumpings going on around here and there. So this is another contribution to methane emission that contribute to greenhouse gas emission as well. So reducing greenhouse gas emission isn't just about changing our energy resources, but it's also about rethinking how we manage our waste. So we have three goals that we can jump into so that we can see what we can do to align to reduce our problem, the pollution and so on. So firstly, we can do the prevention and minimization. So we try to use lower emission through energy efficiency and renewable energy integration, and then safe and sustainable treatment can enhance emission capture system, especially for waste related operations, and also transparent monitoring and reporting. So this one will be in under ISO 14001. I'm sure most of you would have implemented ISO 14001. We can track and report on the waste, schedule waste volumes and emission under the ISO 14001. And also you can start to adapt on the ESG frameworks that can reflect on the waste and carbon performance. So now we talk about the waste management. Why is it very important? So not just for compliance, but also for the future of our environmental and society. So firstly, it plays role in protecting the environment. As I said previously, with improper handling of hazardous waste that can lead to soil contamination, water pollution, and even air quality issues, these impacts are long-term and often irreversible. So secondly, about health and safety. Schedules also often includes toxics, corrosive and reactive materials. So these are not managed correctly. The risk to human health, both for workers and surrounding communities, can be severe. And under the legal compliance, so Malaysia strictly govern the schedule waste for non-compliance can result in hefty penalties. I think you can see from the previous paper on the penalties that Malaysia government are trying to implement, and also on legal action and over even the suspension of business operation. So another point is schedule waste is often linked to greenhouse gas, as I stated before. So with poorly stored chemical waste or waste management, it can contribute to methane generation. So proper management directly support climate change mitigation as well. So these are the challenges in schedule waste management. So we can see that on the common issues that across many sectors, on especially developing and transitional economies. So lack of awareness and training is the biggest problem that we are facing because it sounds so simple, but awareness and also what people know about handling scheduled waste might give a huge impact on the segregation and also on the disposal of the scheduled waste. So because this is one of the fundamental barriers and if we lack of awareness and proper training, many waste generators, especially in small manufacturing facilities, may not even realize their waste falls under the schedule category. So this will lead to poor segregation and inadequate labeling and also ultimately improper disposal. So without basic understanding, even the best regulation won't be effective. So this one starts with the smaller scale for the employees who's handling the schedule waste, who handles waste other phase as well, so that they won't mix up and everything. So we can proper segregate, proper disposal, and it won't go directly to the landfill if it's the scheduled waste. And we have another problem, which is on the high treatment and disposal cost as well. So we face economic hurdles, and then proper treatment of hazardous waste is expensive, whether it's incineration, chemical neutralization, or secure landfill disposal. So certain industries, especially from those operating on tight margins, this cost, I think, can be a burden for them because this where illegal dumping or underreporting becomes a tempting shortcut. So because it's quite expensive, so shortcut is just to illegal dump anywhere that can do the dumping. And certain companies, which is like in the rural area, so they have a very limited access to the licensed facilities, which is to do the treatment and also recycling facilities nearby. So in this, as a result, so they stored on site for prolonged periods and increasing the risk of leaks, spills, or even fires because they can't even, I mean, store more than 6 months. But this happened because they don't have the limited to the they don't have access to the licensed facilities and it's quite far for them. So this might happen. So another problem that we are facing. And another one is for regulation, for enforcement remains inconsistent, also limited manpower and lack of digital tracking and fragmented coordination between agencies can result in lapse. So some operators exploit these gaps using false manifests and unregistered transporters to dispose of waste improperly. This happened many places. Been during my auditing also, I've been discovered few uh, licensed recycler that they don't use their own transporter to dispose the waste. Reason might be they give the transporter number, license, plate number, and also IC for the driver and so on. But on the that day of the transportation for the collection, they might say that the lorry is breakdown and so on. They cannot bring the lorry come in, so they change to another lorry. So that happened because it was in maybe critical time. So the waste generator is just follow and just throw the waste with the improper unregistered transporters. So that would be another problem if it's anything happen towards the waste that we generate and when we want to throw it. So let's see on how does the waste actually produce greenhouse gas. So this is the link between waste and greenhouse gas emission. So primarily through three major mechanisms that we can see is from landfilling of organic waste. So this is, for example, when food scrap or food generation, waste generation, paper or plant-based waste is buried and breakdowns without oxygen and it produces methane. So here's the issue here because methane is over 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide and is very pollutant and dangerously potent gas. So it's a very strong gas. So another major mechanism would be burning, open burning and incineration. So particularly when plastic or scheduled waste are involved, so combustion release carbon dioxide. So in some cases, toxic pollutants, nitrous oxide, less common but potent greenhouse gases will release to the air as well. And on the other hand is on the upstream and downstream energy footprint. So every product that we discard, whether it's packaging or in electronics or chemicals, so that will be represent the energy already spent. So when we don't recover it, we are essentially throwing away the carbon and we've already emitted during production, transport and use, especially on transportation, distribution and so on during the packaging and also manufacturing. So that one is one part of the major mechanism that contribute from waste to greenhouse gas. So let's see. So in many cases, so they are incinerated for the waste, and when done with that proper technology or energy recovery, it becomes a net emitter for the greenhouse gas. So every ton of scheduled waste actually, when we mismanage, it isn't just a safety hazard, but it's also a climate risk. So we contribute to climate change, global warming, and others that related to environmental related hazard. So in Malaysia, actually our waste sector emits a growing share of greenhouse gas, particularly as urbanization is increasing. So we have a lot of manufacturing, a lot of industrial. So that one is another contributor to the greenhouse gas as well. So more than around 80% of municipal solid waste end up in landfill. We can see that, and many of these are not equipped with methane capture. So industrial growth also means increasing volume of scheduled waste, as I stated just now, and the treatment infrastructure is often centralized and energy intensive. So when building on the link between scheduled waste and greenhouse gas, let's look on the broader picture on how the waste sector as a whole contributes to global and also national greenhouse gas emission. So globally, the waste sector contributes approximately around 3 to 5% of total greenhouse gas emission. That might sound small, I know, but with a significant figure, it's growing in many developing countries. And most of these emissions come from methane generated in landfills and carbon dioxide from the incineration of waste materials. However, there's also an emerging concern around indirect emission, those related to energy use, logistic, and also loss of the recyclable materials. So for greenhouse gas, actually, it will be divided into three sections, which is under scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. So generally, scope 2 is direct from our electricity usage. So that one would be direct translation from our electricity bill. But for scope 1 and scope 3, we have to identify what our industry contribute to scope 1 and scope 3. So scope 1, we can particularly uh, list out what we do, and in scope 3 also some are also related to landfill and also waste generation. So there are few solutions for mitigating the emission. So we can do on the food waste prevention, as stated that food waste will generate on methane. So it's that end up in landfill. So when we have like program that promote food redistribution or revised labeling practices can help to edible food out of the trash. And also we can do one of the organic waste diversion, as well as separating the organic waste at the source to better management composting and on the anaerobic digestion. And also another one is on landfill management improvement. So enhancing the landfill design and operation can capture methane emission more efficiently. So these facilities has been done in Malaysia as well. I'll be explaining more about that later. And then on a policy framework. So policy is like we have to adopt on policies that aim on improving waste management practices and reducing the emission, especially greenhouse gas emission. So that would be some of the mitigating solution on the waste sector that contribute to the greenhouse gas. So in Malaysia also, the waste sector is estimated to contribute around 12% of total national emission of methane emission primarily from municipal solid waste. So, but scheduled waste emission remain poorly documented. This is one of the problems that we are having, and which means we may be underestimating their role in national greenhouse gas in totals, but strengthening monitoring and reporting is key to addressing this one. So adapting to the ESG framework, reporting on the ISO 14000 might help on this as well. Okay, so okay, on the greenhouse gas resources, so we must first understand where it comes from. Actually, greenhouse gas emission is originate from various sectors and activities as well. So each contributing differently to global warming. And let's walk through the main sources. So you can see from the slide, electricity and heat is one of the biggest contributor. It's around 25% among all. So it's actually the largest contributor in globally in energy sector. So for around maybe in worldwide, it's around 73% of total emission. And this also includes on electricity, heat production, transportation, industrial energy use. And when we burn coal or oil or gas for power, we release vast amount of carbon dioxide. So the most prevalent of greenhouse gas. And then another one is on the industrial processes. Industry tend to be like number three, the highest in the emission, but it's especially sectors like cement, steel, chemical manufacturing, petrochemicals. These all generate carbon dioxide and nitrous dioxide as well. Agriculture also is the main contribute significantly in two key gases, which is for under methane and also nitrous dioxide. Methane in agriculture will release through the rice paddies or fermentation and also manure management. And nitrous dioxide primarily comes from fertilized soil and agriculture runoff. So deforestation is another major source that when trees are cut down, the carbon that is stored, released and into the atmosphere as well. So another part is on the waste sector. So we discussed earlier, sector through often overlooked contributes both directly and indirectly to the greenhouse gas emission. So particularly in scheduled waste, it contributes when mishandled, especially when flammable chemical, solvent or hydrocarbon are involved. On the transportation area, so this account for about maybe 14 to 15% of global emission, dominated by the carbon dioxide from the gasoline and also diesel used in cars, trucks, ships, and planes. So this might be if you are going to do the greenhouse gas calculation or inventory, you might be falls under scope 3 for the transportation business. For example, for under plane would be on business trips and so on. So effort to electrify the vehicles and use biofuel are ongoing. You can see that, but transportation remains one of the fastest growing sources of the emissions. So this is lead to air pollution as well. And then for both residential and commercial buildings, contribute to emission through heating and cooling, lighting and appliances use when we use that one. So that one also one of the buildings. And this emission can be direct, such as from gas stove or heaters, or indirect through electricity consumption sourced from fossil fuel. So understanding these sources really help us to identify the most effective points for intervention and ensure that sectors like schedule waste management are left out of our climate change strategies as well. Okay. So this chart actually illustrated the how global greenhouse gas emission have continued to rise with fossil fuel combustion and industry being the largest contributor. And although waste-related emission from methane and nitrous oxide have slightly declined, they still account for a significant portion, and highlighting the importance of innovative and strategic waste management solution to support global climate targets. So this one has risen significantly from the around 34 gigaton to 60 gigaton in 2019. Okay, we have like certain agreement that in the heart of international climate action, where they have this Paris Agreement. So adopted from the 21st conference of the parties in Paris. This agreement marks a turning point in global climate negotiation. So it brought all the countries developing into a common framework with a shared goal of limiting global warming to some sort of like well below 2 degrees, and also to pursue the effort to limit the increase of pre-industrial levels as well. So key pillars of this Paris Agreement will be in four section. Will be mitigation, so cutting all the greenhouse gas emission from all sectors, including energy, transport, agriculture, and waste. So waste will plays another role in this section as well. And then adaptation, building resilient to climate impacts. Finance, they can mobilizing annually to support the developing countries, and also transparency, so monitoring and reporting progress using a standardized system. So the waste sector fits under mitigation actually, and improving scheduled waste handling, especially reducing landfill, methane gas emission, and chemical incineration is a direct path to support in this pillar. Another agreement, and we have it calls like a commitment, which is the net zero commitment. So to meet this Paris agreement target, so they tell us that we have to reach net zero emission by that means that uh, the amount of greenhouse gas that we emit is equal to what we remove from the atmosphere. So it doesn't mean that net zero emission means zero emission. It means like you have to balance the emission with carbon sinks like forest carbon capture technologies and emission offset. So a lot of countries also like pledge into this net zero by 2050, including like European Union, United Kingdom, and also Japan, South Korea, and also Malaysia as well. So we also like um, commit on this net zero by 2050. So to achieve the net zero, so no sector can be left behind. So that includes the waste as well, waste sector, waste generator, waste generation as well. So in fact, reducing methane from the landfills is considered one of the fastest, lowest cost strategic near the term climate action. So scheduled waste, while smaller in a volume, often contains high emission, and it's also a potential materials, chemical hydrocarbon, solvents that require proper treatment to prevent harmful greenhouse gas release. So the strategies must therefore include improved schedule waste tracking and reporting. So tracking is very important. So that's why we have to use a proper disposal channel with a proper transporter and so on. I'm sure now DOE has done another part that we have to do the ISWIS, the new system. So that one is part of the how to track on the scheduled waste when you dispose your scheduled waste. And then we can do on the methane capture treatment from waste site and advanced treatment technologies and also circular economy practices that reduce hazardous waste generation. So Malaysia ratified the Paris Agreement in 2016 actually and committed to reducing the greenhouse gas intensity of by 45% by 2030 compared to 2005 levels, and also conditional net zero by 2050 based on international support. So what does this mean for us? The Paris Agreement and net zero target are not just environmental goals. So they are like an economic and operational signal to us. So they urge industries, policymakers to rethink on how waste is managed, measured and minimized as well. So as part of the broader environment and climate goals, including the Paris Agreement and also net zero by 2050, so Malaysia actually has launched an important strategic document in 2022, which is under the pathway towards zero waste. So this marked a national shift from disposal-based waste system to a circular resource efficient future. So this is actually because why it matters and why we have to achieve this one, because Malaysia actually generate over 38,000 tons of solid waste daily. So this figure is expected to grow due to rising population and urbanization, and as well as industrial manufacturing and so on. So it's definitely going to rise more than 38,000 ton per day. So much of this waste end up in landfills. So sadly, it end up in landfills and contributing to significantly to methane emission and leachate pollution as well. So our Ministry of Environment and also Water provides a long-term roadmap. So they did this for 2022 and until commit to a 2030 to address that this shifting from a take, make, dispose to a modern circular economy. So what will be the vision for this one? So as normal, it will be this normal strategy outline for waste. So we have to do waste prevention, reduce at the source. So this one you can use the hierarchy or the waste hierarchy, and enhancing the recycling and resource recovery, minimizing landfilling and pollution, and then building public and industry participation on this. So this one will strongly align with both the Paris Agreement and also net zero targets as better waste management. So means lower greenhouse gas emission, less resource depletion, and more sustainable urban development. Okay, so strategic area focus, this one will be on the roadmap. So it will be on the strengthening the policy, so sustainable financing and also technology innovation on waste to energy and capacity building and awareness. So we have to have campaigns at school-based education, workforce training, waste segregation and hazardous waste identification, and monitoring and reporting. Will be the same cycle that we have to do over and over again, but these are the pillars that we have to do to ensure that the greenhouse gas emission is not like mm, increase from day to day. So these are the importance of the integrated approaches to schedule waste management and greenhouse gas. So we need this one as a systemic approach as one of the connect environmental protection, industrial compliance, and climate mitigation in a single cohesive strategy. So, as stated before, with an improper handling of schedule waste, such as illegal dumping, open burning, substandard treatment, will lead to all these methane and carbon dioxide emission, toxic air pollution, and then groundwater contamination and also loss of recoverable materials. So we have to understand the schedule waste and their impact. So what we have to do, including proper management, and then role of the integrated waste management to reduce waste generation, reduction, and enhance the recycling and recovery and safe disposal method. And we also need to synergy between the waste management and climate goals. So this one on the regulatory frameworks that we stated previously. So this integrated approach recognizes these overlaps and tackles them together. So that would be helpful in many, many ways. So why integration is matters? Because not under, I mean, most of the industry managing schedule waste typically focus on legal compliance, but not the climate impact. So that's why the integrating of greenhouse gas goal into waste protocols ensure the climate change mitigation is embedded in operation and not treated and as afterthought. So you have to prevent before treat. So benefit of the integrated model, you can see that generally we can lower the carbon footprint, lower the greenhouse gas emission from waste sector. A waste generator can lower all the carbon footprint as well. So improve compliance with both environmental and climate standards, and also enhance the public trust in and international reputation as well. Access to green financing and carbon markets, and contribution to the SDG that we are stated just now for the goal number 12 and 13. So Malaysia is uniquely positioned this integrated model. So already has strong regulatory framework. We already have under the EQA 1974 and the Schedule Waste Regulation 2005. And we also has committed to net zero by 2050, and also we rolling out national level data system and climate policies as well. So in the integration of schedule waste management with climate action isn't optional, but it's actually an essential for everyone. So this is how we create more efficient, accountable, and resilient system that protects both environment and the climate for better waste handling and waste generation. So I'm going to move forward on the carbon capture in waste treatment. Okay, so why we do the carbon capture in waste treatment? So we often associate the carbon capture with coal plants or steel manufacturing, but actually, here's the truth: waste treatment is a major yet under-addressed source of emission. So whether it's in incineration, co-processing, or even landfill decay, these processes release a combination of carbon dioxide, methane, and volatile organic compounds into the atmosphere. So carbon capture technologies actually can be applied in four key areas, two, 3 to 4 key area in waste sector. For example, we have this waste to energy plants. So this one we have to burn the waste to generate electricity, but it will emit huge amount of carbon dioxide. So by installing the capture system in the flue gas stream can trap emission before they escape. And then also landfill, as stated previously, it generate a lot of methane, primarily methane gases, especially from the mixed waste. So modern gas capture system now can recover these gases for energy or even carbon offset credits. That would be done in a European country as well, carbon offset credits. And also incineration of the toxic or infectious waste. Common industrial sectors can be fitted with post-combustion capture cut emissions significantly. So this one is more on capture, the carbon capture treatment that we can do. So benefits are very clear on this one. So we can measurable reduction in greenhouse gas emission. So we can support our Malaysia net zero target by 2050. And also we have cleaner air, safer community, and also eligibility for climate finance and carbon credits, and positioning Malaysia as a regional leader in the waste sector decarbonization. So actually carbon capture is not a futuristic idea at all. It's actually a solution available now, and we modernize schedule waste management. Carbon capture can be part of the equation, so not just for environmental protection, but also for the reduce on the climate impact. So let's just ensure our waste doesn't disappear and transform responsibility and sustainability, so we can do something on what we are generating. So these are part of the advantages that we use on the carbon capture. as we can quantifiable the CO2 removal, reduction of other greenhouse gases, and it's also one of the cost effective, and we can comply with the regulatory compliance. So moving forward on the methane recovery from landfills, so another crucial but we often overlook area in our effort to manage scheduled waste and greenhouse gas emission in the role of methane recovery from landfills. So it isn't about the waste disposal anymore, but it's actually becoming a potential in energy resources and climate action tools when methane is captured and reused effectively. So as I stated that methane is a potent gas, greenhouse gas, and is more powerful than carbon dioxide. So landfill are among the largest human caused sources of methane globally, especially when organic matter and scheduled waste residue decompose anaerobically. So uncontrolled the methane release contributes significantly to climate change, and some cases possess explosion and fire hazard. That will be the worst case that happen if it's not controlled properly. So how methane is formed in landfill, the process is like waste is buried and compacted. Okay, and then the oxygen in oxygen poor environment, anaerobic bacteria break down the organic materials. So this produce landfill gas. Landfill gas will consist of methane, which is 50 to 60%, and also carbon dioxide around 40%. So this is how it happened, and gas slowly seep to the first surface unless it captured. Okay, so how do we capture this and reuse this gas? So we have landfill gas collection system. Okay, network of vertical wells, horizontal pipes inserted into the waste cell, and then we have gas treatment unit as well. So to remove the moisture, hydrogen sulfate, siloxanes, and particulates, and also make gas usable for downstream application. So when we capture this methane from landfill, is one of the lowest cost climate mitigation option available, and it can benefit on the greenhouse gas emission reduction, energy production from waste, and reducing the fossil fuel use, and then minimize odor, fire risk, and also local air pollution, and qualifies for carbon credits, energy clean incentive as stated previously, and also support the circular economy sustainable waste management goal. So in Malaysia, actually, several landfill sites have already implemented the methane capture projects such as in Bukit Tagar and also Jeram, Selangor. So I've been to Jeram actually, on their landfill area. So what they did was they have this methane capture recovery plan. So where they develop the clean where they call it clean development mechanism and used to fund the landfill gas recovery at their landfill area. So this one is actually integration with Malaysia National Determined Contribution and to the Waste Energy Roadmap. So this one is actually when they recover from the landfill, it's not only the gas, but it's actually value for the recovery and climate security and also public health protection. So the previously when they don't do the recovery from the landfill, the area was really we can call that smelly because of the landfill, the leachate and so on. Once they started to do this, and it was a good move with no odor. There's no odor, and then there's not that bad odor, and they can do the recovery as well. So every ton of waste that goes into the landfill has the potential to either pollute or to power. We choose which one we want to do. So it's up to us to choose which path that we take. So let's just ensure that our landfills are not end of the line, but to beginning of the clean energy solution. So this is part of the clean energy solution as well. Okay, so on the renewable energy integration, so as we look on the waste sector, okay, one of the key strategy that complements waste reduction and carbon capture is the integration of renewable energy system into the waste management operation. So from powering treatment facilities, okay, with solar energy to transforming waste into itself into energy. So this is about creating a closed loop system that support both environmental and energy goals. So we have to consider the opportunity actually. So scheduled waste and municipal waste facilities consume significant energy actually for treatment, incineration, pumping, cooling, and also transportation. So by integrating renewable energy, so especially solar, biogas, or maybe thermal energy, we can achieve two goals at one, which is decarbonizing operation and improving energy resilience. So actually in Thailand and Japan, several hazardous waste treatment plants are now powered by solar farm actually, reducing their carbon footprint and operating costs. So actually Malaysia also has begun to exploring this under the Green Technology Financing Scheme and initiate by SEDA Malaysia. So benefit, as I said, it will be the same benefit that we have to reduce the greenhouse gas on security on for treatment facilities and reduce long-term operational costs and align with net zero carbon and open access to green finance and other offset programs. So how this what we call that, how waste to energy plant works actually. So we have to explore on the renewable energy integration, and these are designed to do two things at once actually. So safely treat the waste and also generate useful energy in the form of electricity or heat. So they are especially relevant when dealing with non-recyclable or hazardous scheduled waste for this one. So energy output, what does it produce actually? So it's depending on the design, on the capacity of the um, on the waste to energy plant can generate. So usually it's around electricity to power 5,000 to maybe 50,000 homes, and heat for nearby industry or district heating system, and residual energy in form of synthetic gas in advanced gasification based system. So environmental safeguard in this waste to energy is emission monitoring system for dioxin, nitrous oxide, sulfur oxide, control combustion to prevent incomplete burning, and fully enclosed waste handling to reduce odor. And regular audits also with environmental regulation will help on this as well. So waste to energy is particularly suitable for categories such as clinical and pathological waste, maybe chemical slush, hydrocarbon residue, contaminated packaging, rags or absorbent, pharmaceutical and agrochemical waste, and high calorific value industrial byproducts. So incinerating this under strict condition, we only not destroying the hazardous content, but we can also recover the energy, turning toxic waste into, I call that a source of power. So this one is like a plan that represent a powerful intersection of environmental protection and renewable energy generation. These are the few steps for the greenhouse gas mitigation strategies. So this is very urgent. So why this one is urgent? Because waste contributes significantly to greenhouse gas. Okay, so especially methane, as I discussed previously, and also carbon dioxide. And with schedule waste, emission also stem from storage, improper handling, and transportation leaks. So mitigation is just an environmental priority, and also a compliance, and it's a priority to the public health as well. So they have few strategy to do the mitigation. So transitioning to renewable energy, like we discussed previously, enhancing energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture practices, and waste management improvement. And on waste management improvement, we can do effective waste management strategies by waste minimization at source. So, I mean, you can do the implement of waste audits at your industrial facilities, adopt a cleaner production and green chemistry, and enforce waste segregation before disposal or treatment. Introduce the producer responsibility scheme as well. So you have to, it's better to prevent the scheduled waste as origin, reduce both treatment needs and indirect emission. And another one is you can do what is on the low carbon treatment option. So shifting from landfilling to high efficiency incineration with energy recovery. So encourage of biological treatment which suitable for industrial sludge. Implement carbon capture technologies in waste to energy and hazardous waste plants. And transportation sector also, they have largest contribution to the emission. So strategy to mitigate this emission can do by promoting public transport system, and then you can use fuel efficiency for electricity generation for all electricity generation vehicle, and also carbon pricing mechanism, and also international cooperation, effective mitigation strategies like we agree with the Paris Agreement and so on. Okay, so besides that, energy efficiency in waste operation, so we use in on more to optimize on the energy saving equipment, and then use a solar system to power operation, and also integrate smart system monitor emission. So policies are one of the backbone of them as well. So policies on mitigation strategies is one of the important to deliver to the stakeholders, to the employees, or to all the related parties. So without them, even the best technologies may remain underutilized as well. So policy is one of the main item as well in this mitigation. Moving forward on the climate finance and green technology. So as we move from strategy to implementation, the big question became how do we fund this transition? So how do we scale up the technology needed? So this brings us two key enablers of climate action in waste sector: climate finance and green technology innovation actually. So climate finance is actually refers to funding for both public and private mobilized to support climate change mitigation. So like Malaysia government has um, encouraged on the guarantee and green loans and rebates on the financing costs, and also priority for technologies in waste management, renewable, circular, and economy. So as of today, several scheduled waste treatment companies have secured the grant for solar integration, energy efficient incinerator, and biogas recovery system. So this is what they do. So the move forward, we have to align with waste management. Is not longer a policy idea lah. It's an investable pathway. Okay. So I'm not gonna go through this one because this is the one that I explained previously. So Japan integrated waste emission and waste and emission approach. So this one is one of the leading example that we can see, because Japan is a country globally recognized for its innovative, disciplined and integrated approach to waste and emission management. So it's actually aligned with its national waste policy with climate goals, embedding circular economy principle and low emission practices into both policy and technology. So they have like uh, 5 pillars to work together or manage their waste. And what we can say that their people, I mean the Japanese, they are really like they follow the rules, so it's easier for them as well to implement this thing on the private, on the public, um, uh, to understand more on this greenhouse gas emission on reduction and so on. And even they have this specialty treatment, or how do you want to dispose your um, waste, not particularly unscheduled waste, but a normal waste like plastic bottles. It's really, really easy for everyone to do your part in Japan. I'm not so sure if you guys are staying in Japan before, right? But what I've seen before, back then in 2008 when I was there, so until 2012. So they were having this 7-Eleven, or they call it convenience store over there. So they will have a machine that you can dispose your bottles, your plastic bottles. So plastic bottles, they call it PET bottle. So we can throw that in a convenience store and segregate it from the cap and also the bottles. And once we throw inside the machine, they will come out with money. We can choose on money. They will give you on money, or they will give you in a card. So you can use the card to buy things at the convenience store. So that one I can see implemented very well, even in a rural area, because we were in rural area at that time. So they know how to use that. They know their, what we call that, their uh, responsible, so they cannot throw anywhere. So they can just go to that place and they throw the plastic bottle properly. Not only plastic bottle, they have a very proper segregation over there also for bottles, food waste, cans, and also others like what we call that, cloth and so on. So they have a proper segregation up to the level. The proper segregation means they have days that you have to throw your waste, and what waste on on that day you have to throw. Let's say on Monday you have to throw your plastic bottle in a plastic bag or can, but they might detect you put in a different plastic bag according to the color. They have a CCTV, they can come and bring back to your house. So that is how particular they are on recycling the waste. That one is for the residential waste. For industrial is a different part, but they manage to follow the rules. They manage to do the recycling, and they manage to strictly adapt on the technology as well. So they have the five pillars, and as stated, is on the 3R and also renewable energy. And then over 80% of the municipal waste is incinerated with energy recovery, and drastically reduce in landfill methane emission. Okay, so Japan helps Japan to reduce total waste of volume, stimulously generating clean energy. So their landfill also rate is among the lowest in the world, under 5%. So landfilling is only used for inert ash or non-convertible materials only. So methane emission are avoided at the source by bypassing the landfills as well in Japan. So the goal is simple. If you can burn clean, recycle, and recover, it should never go to landfill. So that will be the goal for them. So in our path towards sustainable rescheduled waste management and greenhouse gas reduction, so maybe this can be one of the model that offers practical and proven step we can adapt as well, especially in urban setting with limited landfill capacity. So by learning from them, we can shape an integrated waste emission strategy that works for our region and our climate goals as well. Okay. So strategic recommendations. So it's clear that waste and schedule waste must become part of our national climate solution. So we have to strengthen the legal and regulatory frameworks, enforcement, and invest in advanced treatment and emission control technologies as well. So we must shift the paradigm from waste as a liability to waste as a renewable resources and emission reduction asset. And then we have to promote on the circular economy principle to reduce waste generation. And with the right policies, technologies, and partnership, I think Malaysia can lead a low carbon integrated waste management and can help all the industrial as well to do on this matter. You can do collaborating and also to reduce the carbon emission and the greenhouse gas emission. So that just not waste the opportunity in our waste. So we can try to help to reduce the greenhouse gas emission in our waste generation and our knowledge on how to mitigate, how to reduce recycle and recovery as well. So with that, I thank you. My finish my presentation now.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the wonderful presentation. So we have a couple of questions from the audience. Are you ready to take some questions?
Hold on, yeah. Let me stop the
Okay.
share
The
first
first
because I
question
cannot
is,
see.
uh, Miss Adika asks, can she knows how to calculate GHG emission from our operation? Thank you.
Yes, yes. The answer is yes. You can calculate GHG emission from our operation. As I stated, you need to have a list down on your activities. So, like what you are, I mean, uh, for example, as I stated, there will be scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. So, what will be under scope 1, what will be under scope 2, what will be under scope 3, and you can calculate every single thing of that. Even uh, greenhouse gas emission, your carbon footprint, even on ourselves, so we do have our own carbon footprint. So you have to you can calculate that.
Okay. I hope that answers the question, Miss Atika. Okay, next up, someone asked, she they have been trying to promote this type of process to their stakeholders for a while, but it's been quite difficult. As a senior manager at your company, do you have any recommendations on how best to get the message across to the stakeholders?
To the stakeholders.
Hmm.
Well, um, from my experience,
Because
because
like as a person on the ground, you are well aware of
mm,
how
yeah, it's really
important
hard.
the process
Yes,
is. But the stakeholders, they're in a whole different reality, whole different universe. They just see
yes.
numbers and data and that's all they see.
Yeah, but this is not the right way to tell. But actually, obviously, but when we talk talk to the top management, obviously, right? So we have to play around with the compliance, and also, if you are dealing with clients that need to implement on this greenhouse gases, carbon footprint, and so on, so you have to put on that. So they need this thing. They have to do this thing. But as far as I understand, if it's related to compliance, we can say that this is under the Malaysian regulation as well. We started to adapt with all this ESG sustainability. I'm sure they would understand. They would be giving you the what we call that, the way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, another one, seeing the current environment of emission industries, how much GHG technology is adaptable is it could be adapted by our industries, meaning that like do we have the enough do we have enough money, do you have enough knowledge about it to actually advance as a GHG, what I say, GHG operations, GHG culture? Hmm.
As for now, we are in the midst of, I mean, towards that. I mean, Malaysia is towards that already. So as far as I remember, even now, for industry, they're given a budget on the carbon tax, for the carbon tax as well, right? So
Hmm.
we might need to have more knowledge on this. We might need to have what we call that, more information on what we need to do. But certain industries, for example, that the parent company is from America or UK, or Japan, even Japan, they already adopt this thing. So maybe in Malaysia, they just like transfer it to us and we can learn more on that. But for us to understand better, we have to know, we have to learn more on this. So we actually, as I said, on the what we call it, finance thing, I think as I stated, like MC MCTG is also one of the bodies that giving some loan grant for us to do on the green building. So we can even go and visit them to get to know on this green technology and greenhouse gas emission. How are we going to do with that? So they might help on that as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So next up, is there any format or guidelines that you said that the audience can refer to calculate GHG emissions?
Format guideline, we can, there's, I don't know, I mean, for my experience, I might be, Dr. Dennis might know more about this, right? But from my experience, there's no, what we call that, form, there is a format. Format means, what we call that, they have this protocol, Kyoto protocol that you have to use on the, what we call that, they have this factor that you have to use so that you can get the carbon kg CO2 equivalent. So every what you call that one would be in kg CO2 equivalent. So you have to have what you call that factor that to translate your kg into that kg CO2 equivalent. So that is only the guideline. But for you to do what is there in scope 1, what is there in scope 2, what is there in scope 3 would be in your industry. You have to identify. Once you identify, after the verifier comes, though they will be, I mean, like verify whether it's the right one or the wrong one, because that one would be on your industry. But to calculate the GHG emission, yes, they have this file and also the factor that you can use to calculate the emission.
Okay. Someone else asked, is Azure a good opportunity or not for industrial players?
Sure. Hold on, yeah. So this one means it's more on the incineration, right? Or it's like ash can be used in construction materials like cement bricks. I mean more on the what we call that, reduce on the landfill burdens, and also it supported clear regulatory frameworks and for this one, right? If I'm not mistaken, this the question?
I'm not sure myself, madam. The question just asked, is Azure a
Yeah,
good opportunity for industrial player?
it depends because it's particularly from bottom ash and it's like fly ash from the incineration as well. So it can be valuable opportunity, but with a proper treatment, it can be used on the construction materials like cement bricks, as far as I understand. Because same goes with the slush as well. Slush can be used as for the bricks. They can change into bricks.
Okay. So I hope whoever asked that question, that was the answer that you were looking for. So I think for now there are no more questions. Okay. So before we end your paper, madam, is there anything else you want to mention to the audience before the end of your paper regarding your topic or regarding in general on the theme of the conference itself?
As far as I can see from the question, that people are very very keen into the greenhouse gas emission calculation, right? So maybe that is part of the another session that they might need to know on how to calculate and how to do their greenhouse gas calculation as well for the industry. So I might just leave my email here, so if they need some help, so you can just ask me anything.
Sure, that'll be very helpful.
All right.
So in the meanwhile, I would like to take this opportunity to once again thank you. Thanks to Madam Aziza for the wonderful paper on greenhouse gas emissions. And I hope everyone who works in greenhouse gas or has some part to do in greenhouse gas gets a lot from the paper. So everyone please give a round of applause for Madam Azliza for her wonderful paper titled Schedule Waste and Greenhouse Gas Emissions Approaches for Environmental Sustainability. Okay, nice. Okay. So moving forward, we have the awaited quiz. So for now, let's just to everyone. Now, before we get to the forum, I think I've reminded everyone at least twice or 3 times that we'll be having a quiz session later in the day. So here we are. I am certain that every one of you paid attention during the paper presentation, so you will have no problem in answering the questions in this quiz. So start the quiz. But this is the instructions on how to join the quiz. You can either go to the Meti website and fill in the code, or you can just scan the QR and you'll be automatically entered into the quiz. So everyone, whoever wants to join, can feel free to join. Oh, one more thing, when you join, please use your real name so it'll be easier for our team to contact you to give you your reward. Oh yeah, this is the reward. So the reward, the quiz consists of 15 questions, Q&A, ABCD, multiple choice questions. The first winner will win 200 ringgit, the second will win 150 ringgit, and third will win 100 ringgit. So next. Okay, we have 21 people joining. Anyone else want to join? So there's 20 people in the chat box right now, in the quiz app. So okay, we'll hold here for 1 minute, so everyone who did not receive the link can join QR code. Sekejap Okay, here is the link. I posted the website into the chat box. So whoever can't use the QR code can just click the link to join the quiz. Okay, is everyone ready? I'm waiting for this. Okay, next. One out of 15. We have 15 questions, guys. You have a lot of chances to make a comeback if you want to, if you're able to. There's a time for the others to join in. Some of them might have some technical issues or Wi-Fi issues. So try at 350. Whoever wants to join, the code is on above. You just go to bt.com and enter the code to join the quiz. first question. First, you want to get more points. First question is, what risk is emphasized in paper 1? Which paper was paper 1? The options are technological obsolescence, environmental and regulatory risk, workforce downsizing, or non-renewable. 12, 7, 10. Who was the speaker? And everybody right. Next. Well, let's see who. Okay, just go. Next question. The next question. Let's see if anyone manages to catch up with the first two. Let's see what's the next question. What benefit of AGS technology is? Did you guys focus on paper 2? I thought everyone focused, but this is quite simple to be honest. Here are the answers. An overwhelming victory for a lot of people. Yes, the answer is reduces wastewater treatment costs. Let's see if anyone managed to catch up. Atik Askel in the lead, followed by Tan Boon Seong and Kwek Jian Ai as the number 3rd. Okay, third question out of 15. Let's see what's next. What is the main theme of this conference? Okay, let's see. Compliance first, schedule waste focus, innovating for accessibility, green policy enforcement, or legal solutions to waste challenges. I think the theme is quite simple to remember because it's on every marketing or poster, social media poster we have ever posted about this conference. And yes, I think I remember. Okay. See? Ooh, Atika still maintains the lead, but Chalvin has taken the 2nd place, while Tan Boon Seong has been moved to the 4th. Come on, Atika, you can do it. You have quite a big lead. The next question is, what is the focus area of the conference? Innovative waste solutions, offshore drilling, labor relations, or artificial intelligence in transport. It's quite. I think this is a bonus question, honestly. Right. One-sided. And yes, the answer is innovative waste solutions. If you be focusing for all 4 papers, you realize that is the theme for this conference. Let's see who's in lead. And oh, Atika still retains the lead, but Tan Boon Seong has taken 3rd place again. Next. Question 5 out of 15. We got a lot more opportunities for everyone to catch up. Just remember, you got to answer fast, get more points. Don't need to just tekan something ini. This is fast. What about the issue paper that paper 4 address? We just passed this paper. By random parties now. Like 10 minutes ago. And the answer is greenhouse gas. There you go. So, 27 people got that correct, while 3 people got it wrong. Let's see who's taking the lead. And it seems that Krat GNI has taken third place while Atika and Shelvan maintain the top 2. Guys are fast, huh? Okay, next. For question 6 out of 15. Everyone ready? Let's go. Question is, who is a speaker for paper 2? Is it Shafiq, Fazli, Madam Aziza, Rahim, Zuharabi? Who? Which one? Let's see if everybody knows who the second speaker is. And the answer is Mr. Rahim bin Abi. Okay, what else has to say? Question 7 out of 15. What is the first paper presentation topic? I remember which paper is the first paper of the conference. Managing schedule waste management, ideas for future use in Malaysia, greenhouse gas emissions, or from past mistakes to a greener future. Which one is it? Everyone voted, let's see. It is from past mistakes to a greener future. That is the first paper of this conference. If any one of you was referring to the event brochure for the answers, I'm sorry, but last minute Mr. Shafiq and Mr. Fazli actually switched their papers, so too bad, I guess. But somehow Atika still maintains the lead. Look at that. Yeah, don't refer to the event brochure. If you want to refer for this program, refer to the program book. That's the updated one. So paper 3, which paper is paper 3? Future tech, financial modeling, lessons from past schedule waste management, or none of the above. As I mentioned before, if you're referring to the brochure, this is the wrong brochure. That was not the updated brochure. Yeah, there you go. None of the above. That's true. Supposedly it was number 3 was lessons from the past waste management, but you know, things change. Oh, Chelman and Craig and I made a comeback. Look at that. Atika still maintains the lead. Okay. Question 9 of 15. Okay. What technology area is covered in this conference? What options are waste to energy systems, drone agriculture, nanotechnology, or robotic assembly lines. Come on, guys. We all know it's drones. Don't wait to the hands. Very good. And it is waste to energy systems. Thank you again, reading the systems. Let's see who has taken the lead. No, he has not. Question 10 or 15. Okay, we have 6 more questions. There's still time to catch up. Let's get to it. Remember to answer fast. If you want to answer fast, just take something. Doesn't have to be right. Just take it. Get points for that. Who delivers paper 4? Oh, this is quite simple. Very simple. Miss Madam Aziza, Mr. Shafiq, or Mr. Fazli. See if people still remember. It is Madam Aziza. Good job, everyone. Level of 15. Which solution is mentioned in P4? We have a lot of questions. Okay. Heat mapping, acid leaching, carbon capture, or carbon treatment. I think out of all of this, only one is related to ESG. I mean, two technically. I think yes, it is carbon capture. The top three are still maintaining. Four more questions to go, guys. Who presents paper 3? Like I said, do not refer to the brochure, you refer to the program book. It is. It's a Shafiq bin Husni. That's correct. Few more questions to go, the last 3 questions. Let's see if someone can catch up to the top 3. What does AGS mean in paper 2? Active groundwater stabilizer, automatic green separation, advanced gas scrubber, or anaerobic granular sludge? Which one is it, guys? AGS. And the answer is anaerobic granular sludge. The 16 of you actually focused during the paper reading. Let's see. Ooh, article for materials is quite a big lead. 10,000 points. Last 2 questions, everyone. What type of system is associated with Encik Rahim bin Termin? ITS, smart grid networks, reverse osmosis systems, or cooling tower control? Yes, IETS. And as everyone remembers, Encik Rahim is a senior ITS practitioner. So that is something, there is a specific specialization. Last question of the day, guys. Let's see if there's any shake-up of the beta. Okay, from a strategic standpoint, how can schedule waste management contribute to reducing a company's carbon footprint? Okay, this is quite an interesting question. I mean, it is the last question, right? Let's see how many people got it right, how many people got it wrong. Yeah. Congratulations to 526 people who got it right. Let's see if there's any change up in the beta. And the top 3 is congratulations Madam or Miss Atika R for winning with almost 12,000 points, followed by Shelvin with 11,000 points and Quat GNI with 11,000 points as well. Okay, please screenshot this the screen and email it to our info@mashika.com to claim your points. Thank you very much. So guys, before we start our tutorial, let's have a 10-minute break so we can all get some tea time snacks or make some coffee, and we'll come back at 3:40. I'll see you then.
Okay.
Enviro 360 Management Conference. I hope that everyone is still able and active to listen to our last event for this conference, which is the forum session. Now, before we begin, I just want to ask everyone to please reply in the chat yes if you're still here and you're ready for the last event. Yeah, okay. Let's go. Everyone's still ready to go, raring to go. This is the last form of event. But just for everyone's knowledge, this event will start at 3:40 and will end at 5 o'clock. Okay? So without further ado, now for our final event. We have our forum titled Developing a Strategic Roadmap for Future Schedule Waste Management, a Blueprint for Organizational Success. Before we begin, allow me to introduce our moderator, Dr. Dennis Victor. Now, he is a distinguished sustainability and environmental specialist with over 25 years of experience driving strategic environmental initiatives across Asia Pacific. Dr. Victor specializes in sustainability, policy development, circular economy frameworks, and schedule waste management, expertise that directly aligns with our focus on developing strategic roadmaps for schedule waste management. He is also a recognized academic contributor to the field, including publications in the prestigious Routledge Handbook of Sustainable Development Asia. With his extensive regional experience and deep understanding of sustainability frameworks, Dr. Victor is uniquely positioned to guide our discussions on strategic roadmap development. And to introduce our panelists for the day, we have once again Mr. Wahib Tami and Madam Azliza. So is everyone here and everyone ready?
Okay.
Mr. Rahim, yes.
Yes. But my video cannot on.
Is it a technical issue or a visual issue or?
When I on here, it says you cannot start your video because it is disabled by the host.
Oh, I see. Jap, let me ask my technical team.
Okay, start the video.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, yeah. I think because the line maybe. Okay, Dr. Dennis, are you ready?
Yes, Umar. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right.
For the
Okay.
introduction.
Madam Aziza, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right. So without further ado, I'll give the floor to Dr. Dennis. Dr. Dennis, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Umar.
No problem,
Hello,
doctor.
everyone. Good evening. Thank you for joining us for this forum. Welcome to the Developing a Strategic Roadmap for Future Schedule Waste Management, a blueprint for organizations' success. Today's discussion, I think, is particularly timely for all the organizations, not only in Malaysia, but worldwide, as we face increasing regulatory pressure, environmental responsibilities, and the need for sustainable waste management practices. As we know, schedule waste management is a landscape which is evolving very quickly. A lot of technological innovations, changing regulations, and a growing environmental consciousness. So today's objective is to discuss some actionable strategies that will help organizations build robust, future-ready schedule waste management systems, as well as not only to ensure compliance, but also to drive operational excellence and sustainability. As Cik Omar has already introduced, we both have a very distinguished Cik Rahim and Ms. Azliza in our panelists today. Both of them bring a combined total experience of 45 years of experience in both industrial wastewater treatment as well as in terms of schedule waste management and greenhouse gas management. So today's forum, the way I'll structure it will be based on 5 main areas. First, we'll look at what are the current state that we are right now in terms of schedule waste management, and also what we think are some of the implementation barriers, the challenges. And then we look at in terms of what are the strategic priorities, as well as the future vision. And finally, in terms of what are the success metrics, how should we be able to see ourselves as being on the pathway towards the strategic blueprint. So I'd like to start off the forum by maybe with Ms. Azliza first, in terms of where she sees some of these components are. So Ms. Azliza, the first question to you is, what do you think are the critical components of strategic roadmap for schedule waste management in an organization?
Hi, Dr. Dennis. Thank you
Hi.
for your question. So for your question on the critical components of a strategic roadmap, right? So the foundation of the successful schedule waste management strategy lies in the clarity of its roadmap itself. So first, I think we must begin with a comprehensive baseline assessment. For example, what type of waste are we generating, how much, and where is it going? Then we align this with the regulatory compliance requirement, both national and international. So once the legal framework is clear, so we integrate the technological solution, which is from on-site storage, improvement to treatment and disposal innovations. So importantly, a roadmap must include a strong communication and also training component for staff and a monitoring system with measurable KPIs. So only with these structures, I think integrated approach we can ensure the operational efficiency and environmental responsibility.
Okay, thank you,
So
thank you, Ms. Aliza. I think that's an excellent approach. It's very integrated and it's an approach which combines everything. And now I'd like to pivot to Cik Rahim. Cik Rahim, and in terms of looking at this sort of management of schedule waste, the blueprint, how can organizations manage wastewater treatment and schedule waste together instead of separately? What are the benefits have you seen from this approach, from your experience?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dennis. I see there are two questions. One is how, and the other one is what's the benefit.
Yes, correct,
Yeah,
correct.
okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, I would like to say that the policy of the company need to be streamlined with the objective of this ESG, waste minimization or reduce carbon footprint. And the vision of the company need to be known by all the workers in the floor, either production floor or the procurement or the material procurement buying side, or maybe they have many other processes, and all these processes need to be well versed of the vision of the company, which is streamlined with this environmental sustainability. And also the job of the production need to be determined by the hierarchy of the work, the impact aspect of the work. Maybe can I share one slide here?
Sure, sure. Go ahead, Cik Rahim.
Wait, hold on. Okay. To be to get that minimization of all the to schedule waste or the pollutant or whatever that comes out from the factory into the waste schedule waste management. It is better for them to get involved into this hierarchy. Okay, we know the hierarchy of the to safety, which is like this. Also elimination, and the lowest are the PPE. Catches one. But for pollutant, there is a slight activity, slight thing, slight action that they need to do. For example, the first one, if they can avoid, they can avoid. For example, a pollutant is eliminated when no longer generated. No more source raw material, chemical. Let's say in a factory, they have in DOE standard B or standard A, they have this fluoride. So no more using fluoride. And the production still can go on. Or they usually they discharge water, or they discharge slush. So they recycle. They make it zero discharge for the water to monsoon drain, for example. Okay, the second hierarchy is the substitution. There's a slight difference between this and the safety, which is the replacement of a raw material or process or method with less potential to cause pollution. For example, they get that chromium, if they do processing, they do the chromium 6, or maybe now they can do it from chromium 3 straight away. So it's less potential. And reduction in terms of quantities, maybe before that they used 1 month 30 tons of maybe acid. Okay, now they can use less 80%, 20 or any other number. So they use less material and they reuse this. Reuse in terms of that they reuse in the original form. And the difference between the recycling is they reform and they get this to reuse. Okay, so the benefit from here is that they will get less slash less apa tu less where's the thing. They will get less slash, less pollutant, and this will benefit into the whole environment. Okay, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think that's quite a comprehensive response. In this thing, I would like to also touch a little bit, Chair Rahim, in terms of what factors would you consider when selecting treatment technologies that can handle both wastewater and schedule waste? And in that regard, also maybe you can talk a little bit in terms of how AGS can contribute towards this reduction of waste and sludge treatment to practice the cradle to cradle kind of a process.
Okay. Actually, there are many technologies that we can see. Maybe we do not we stop that cradle to grave. Just stop the cradle to grave and start the co-processing for the cradle to cradle. Meaning we will not having that schedule waste. For instance, this AGS will reduce a lot of things. The carbon footprint, the area, the energy use, the money, the effluent quality, energy will become less, maybe 50%. The footprint will be less 75%. And chemical use, of course, 80%. Other, what I can see is that the vacuum evaporator. The vacuum evaporator, if before we use a lot of chemicals to treat, maybe per month we need to purchase around, let's say 50K KRM. But with vacuum evaporator, is zero chemical. And when we get that condensation, mostly go straight away to the discharge, no more treatment. But the concentrating to slush, it contains high value. It can be sold. It can be sold. So that's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So now we'll go back to Chair Liza. In terms of what we are discussing currently, circular economy is a very now popular buzzword. The government has already published the circular economy blueprint, and that's of course for solid waste. The Department of Environment is currently looking at circular economy in terms of schedule waste and toxic waste. So, in your opinion, how can circular economy principles be embedded into schedule waste management strategies?
Okay, so for this item, so let's us move beyond the linear models of use and dispose. So by embedding the circular economy principles, so I think we can begin designing the waste out of the system. And then this also involve rethinking product formulations to reduce hazardous inputs and also repurposing by products. So it's the same thing on the hierarchy. Okay, and then and also investing on waste to resource technologies like what I explained previously, such as solvent recovery or metal extraction or even waste to energy system and so on. So on the other side, schedule waste also should be viewed as a potential feedstock and not just a liability. Uh, it's a strategic roadmap must include partnership with industries that can recover and also reuse up to cycle certain waste stream. So it's like recover, reuse, and recycle for at a circle at a circle stated, and it's about to transforming waste into a value. So that would be my answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chaliza. So in your experience, Chaliza, do you see circular economy being incorporated in today's organization, especially in terms of schedule waste management? Or what do you think is the current adoption of this kind of principles? Is it in a very early stage, or do you think that organizations are looking in terms of embedding this in their strategies?
Some of it might be having implemented already. So as I said, it has have to do on the repurposing and investing on a waste to resource technologies. But some are still at the beginning level. So it depends. It's not like not parallel to everything, but it based on industries as well. So some are very high technology, some are very, very, very at the beginning level as well. So that's what
Mm.
I see at the moment.
Okay, okay, thank you, thank you. So, audience and participants, I also welcome you to ask questions to the panelists. Please type in your questions in the chat box. And we also have some polls for you to answer in terms of where we see this going, your opinion as well, in terms of where we are currently in terms of this, movement towards that's pathway towards strategic management of schedule waste. I think Che Omar will be putting those polls. So let's make this into some sort of a interactive and engaging kind of a forum. Okay, in that sense, now let's move back in terms of Cik Rahim. Can you start in terms of talk a little bit in terms of meeting regulations? What are the challenges do you think that currently are facing in terms of meeting, especially in terms of wastewater discharge regulations, schedule waste regulations? What do you see the challenges here, and what are some of the overlapping kind of requirements, and where can we improve in terms of this?
Okay. Regulation already been here maybe since before some of the worker, some of the competent persons started their job. Or maybe the old school, they started before the specific like EQA 2009 started, which implemented standardized to regulation. Uh, so in our Malaysia industrial, some are before that. What I mean is some don't care. But when this EQA coming in, this is under apa tu AKS 1974 lah. Our DOE officer have the job easier for them. Okay, they don't just bombard many things, and when they summon, they go up to the court, come down, go up, postpone everything. But now it's crystal clear. What this means is it is easier for any industries to follow. So when this is easy, and also DOE give the guidance for this one, and also schedule waste also have many other facility that they give like e-Swiss, e-Space, e-Premise. This should be helping our industry to follow the regulation. But still, regulation need to be very severely followed. However, the latest amendment in apa tu, Akta Kualiti Alam Sekitar, Alam Sekeliling 1974 was last year, which having this 10 million ringgit for any apa tu compound, the highest one. Maybe that will make this industry more awareness. They will have this competent person. The first thing is the competent person. They have to have that. But still, we can see cases that there are no competent person. 2021, I think 10 cases where these officers go the area and no competent person. It's not that in the progress to get a competent person, but there are no competent person. It may be schedule based, it may be ITS, that one. So I think industries are following the regulation better now. Uh, uh, but EIA are having still some problem trying to do this, but they already come out with some audit system. So EIA still going on. That's why the someone reached 10 million because of them. But latest someone to ITS 300,000. But usually it's about 100K, something like that, below and below lah. It's
Okay.
above 5,000K lah. Okay, that's my answer.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. So just recently, DOE actually opened up in terms of for public comments, in terms of some of the amendments that they want to put in for the EQA. Yeah? They had it in their website. They asked for public comments and from the industry as well to see which area of the EQA that can be actually be improved and streamlined so that it's better for both the regulators and the industry. In your opinion, Chair Rahim, if there's one area within the EQA, and especially I want to bring it back in terms of let's say wastewater and scheduled waste management, what would your thoughts would be? What would your suggestion? Just one area which you think can help to amendment or a revision to the EQA which can actually help the industries.
Okay, I understand the question. Thank you. This is not easy question to answer lah. Because it's a random answer, can be
Yes,
random
yes.
answer. However, I see that many competent person, they lack knowledge. So if they come 1 year, one time, it's a lacking of knowledge. So let's try another way where this senior people, senior competent person, we group together and they listen to them. That they have another maybe CPD, lower CPD, but I don't know. That's how you need to calculate out. So that they know some of the technologies that they use. If they come only one time per year, the knowledge, we just be competent and we want to do this our treatment system, but only one time. And it might not be relevant 100%. So need to do this. Or maybe the father company come into the this local industry. They give this training, and it is accountable to the CPD. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Chair Rahim. In that same sense, Chair Aziza, what about you? If there is one area which you think that can be improved in terms of the Environmental Quality Act, what would you suggest, or which area do you think that can be for the regulators?
For the Environmental Quality Act, right? So
Yes,
for schedule waste management especially.
yes, yes, yes.
So in terms of from previous experience and also auditing that I've done on the waste recycler especially. So they need to have a thorough check on the waste recycler, whether the waste recycler are really using the correct transportation with a GPS tracker or not. Are they really apa, follow the regulation with the waste card, uh, gate pass, and also the what we call that now is the consignment note system and so on, because there are violation on that. So still the OE can even like detect on that, and it's still happening behind there. So
Mm,
maybe that is have to strengthen on that. That's my
okay.
opinion.
Okay, thank you, Cik Aziza. In that sense, I want to get also the feel from both Cik Rahim and Aziza. Some time back, there was an idea which was floated, and it was probably already in some sort of a draft form of a cess on schedule waste generation. Basically, it's some sort of the more schedule waste that you generate, the more that you will need to pay in terms of some sort of cess or some sort of a tax. Of course, it was never really moved forward, but there was some talk that this was what was in play. What do you all think? Let me start off maybe with Cik Hasliza and then with Cik Rahim. What do you think of this particular approach if DOE were to implement this? Will this be beneficial for the industry whereby the more waste they generate, especially schedule waste, then they will need to pay in some sort of assess? In a way, it is also going towards that circularity and that, in terms of prevention rather than just in terms of treatment. So maybe just get your thoughts in terms of this. Maybe Cik Aziza, we'll start off with you first.
As for me, I think that will be give no impact to anyone. The industry will just pay, because if for the free trade zone area also they have to pay the custom with all the K1, the release invoices, delivery order, and so on.
Mm,
So I
mm,
don't think they would mind to pay, because they just want to get rid of the waste. So it's
mm,
not that a good approach for them to,
mm,
reduce the waste, because they keep on generating the waste. So there should be another approach on how to reduce, or how to, manage the waste, or
mm.
reduce at the productions, initial production. So by giving tax, I think not gonna give any impact to the industrial.
Okay, okay. So you think that
That,
having that kind of financial kind of incentive will not work? How about you, Cik Rahim? What do you
Mhm.
think?
Yeah, I think similar to Azliza, because some industry maybe learn from that, but
Mm,
it's like our plastic now. Plastic we have to pay, so they just pay because they need the thing, and maybe they calculate the ROI. They say, "Oh, paying is okay now. We
mm.
no need to have more than that." Uh, that's my
Oh,
answer.
okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. We have a question from the audience. Yes, maybe we can pivot to this. In the meanwhile, please give your comments as well, especially on the SES, whether you think from the participants, audience, whether you think that this is something that is feasible or that DOE should implement or not. We have heard from the panelists, but also from you guys. Let me read the question from the participants, audience, and then maybe both Rahim and Shazia can give their thoughts. The question is, or the comment is, besides renewable energy, is there any other approaches to reach the net zero? This is because certain industries may have high energy consumption. Example, installation of solar panel could not generate enough to replace the existing consumption. So maybe Cik Rahim, you want to start
Okay.
off first, then we'll move on to
Okay.
Ms. Liza.
Thank you. Very difficult question. For me, I would say to get that net zero is not cheap. It's not cheap. Uh, the apa tu TNB, they have this grid for electricity. They have NEM 3.0, net electric metering, whereby we can get that electricity from the grid That grid come from the solar panel. Now they have this. So for housing, for government, one is for housing, one is for government offices, and the others are for industries. These four industries are Nova. But I'm not sure whether it's 100% can be done because I don't see any report yet. I'm not exposed to the report. If they tell me somewhere, but we have that opportunity to do that option. But that still, I'm not sure whether it's we can get into net zero. Maybe half or 15% or what, I'm not sure. But there is an option. Okay, that's from me.
Okay, thank you, Cheraim. Aziza, what about you? What's your thoughts in terms of this?
I would agree with Mr. Rahim as well. So, but from the question, so that for example, that installing solar panel could not generate enough replace existing consumption, right? So maybe it's like might be use the conventional way in energy efficiency measures, like improving equipment efficiency or upgrading insulation. So that is the more on the conventional side. But as Mr. Rahim said, to reach the net zero is quite hard. That is true on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's my thought.
Okay, thank you. Yes, exactly. Net zero, I think this will be a challenge for many. Many organizations also have committed in terms of net zero, but that's by 2050. And often what the industry might be facing also is that beyond scope 1 and 2, scope 3, which is actually from the supply chain, is actually a big challenge for many in the industry, whereby the suppliers will also need to move towards that net zero if they themselves want to move. And I think this is something that currently the industry is mulling and facing on, is that the fact that many may not be able to achieve net zero by themselves unless their supply chain also comes into play. Because scope 3, a lot of it actually has to do with the supply chain, especially for category 1. That will mean that indirectly, if the big players, especially the big public listed companies, are moving towards net zero, there is a thought that they will also expect their supply chain, which is their vendors, their suppliers and contractors, to also move towards this. So indirectly, the whole industry and country will be moving towards net zero. So in that sense, I want to get Azliza's thought in terms of this. What role do you think how the supply chain partners can play in shaping an effective schedule-based roadmap?
Okay, for the supply chain to improve effectiveness, right?
Yes,
So,
yes.
as for me, I think you have to benchmarking that allows us to move from internal assumption to external realities. So by comparing key metrics such as the waste intensity, and then you can compare on the compliance cost and also recovery rates. So with industry peers or best in class performers, we can identify the gap and opportunities obviously on that. And also you can continue by benchmarking as well. You have the continuous improvement, and you can be used to justify investment in technologies or staff training in terms of training, and provide not just a performance snapshot, but it's just a compass that guides strategic adjustment in our waste roadmap over time. So it can be a continuous benchmarking and continuous what you call that you can do on regular basis on that.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Aziza. I think benchmarking and then moving from there, the internal and external realities, I think that's an important consideration. We
Yeah.
have another question or maybe a comment from the audience, which is that the industry often refers to the Environmental Quality Act, EQA 1974, that is the main guideline. However, state enforcement authorities sometimes impose strict requirements or additional instructions which the industry may not be informed of. This can occasionally lead to misunderstandings or non-compliance issues. And I want to touch this in a little bit. I think this actually is something, an important comment. And it may not be a question, but important comment, but I would like to get the panelists' thought in terms of this as well. There are actually certain state requirements. For example, if the state imposes in terms of zero discharge, especially for wastewater and so forth, the concept of zero discharge, whether it's for wastewater or for scheduled waste, is gaining some traction, especially in the state, especially for wastewater. So maybe, Cik Rahim, I'd like to get your thoughts in terms of this comment. Where do you see going? How do industries deal with it? For example, EQA states, for wastewater is either standard A or standard B, but then state, for example, organizations like LUAS can come in and impose additional requirements or maybe zero
Yes.
discharge. There are also, I've heard of certain situations where even with projects that require EIAs, that the regulators have come and imposed a standard which is higher than standard A or B. This is based on something based on either a carrying capacity or a TMDL, which is a total maximum daily load kind of a concept, where you have to do modeling of the river that receives this before you decide on the standard. So what do you think your thoughts are in terms, Cik Rahim, in terms of this? Is this something practical and reasonable for the industry? Will there need to be some additional sort of bridging in a sense that more capacity building for the industry before these are implemented, or do you see that this is the way to go, and how can industries cope with it?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dennis. For this EQA 2009, this is AKAS, Akta Kualiti Alam Sekeliling 1974 lah. The guidance and the way the enforcement authorities sometimes work, sometimes of course it doesn't go along. But there is some reason for that. Maybe it's because some incident, big incident happen, especially fatality, or especially the frequency of this polluting something, polluting river or polluting somewhere, dumping somewhere happen. This happened like in Kim River, where the standard was standard B, but the enforcement officer from DOE and many other ex-DOE and other professionals who help them, assist them, say that they going for the standard A, because if they go for standard A, many problem can be solved, and it happen. It can be solved. But to summon people to go to court, we still go back to the EQA 2009. Peraturan-peraturan Akta Kualiti 2009, because we cannot play around with the court. If the court say, what is your base? You must base on the regulation. You must base. But during the enforcing, depend on what happened. There are also another incident where this frequency of polluting happen. A lot of times when they come to the night, they summon this, they charge this company for not having 3 shift to competent person happen. But in the EQA 2009, it doesn't state to 3 shift, but it states you have to be there. But if you have problem, we need to be there. We have to be alert. We have to be, the top management need to manage us. That this one guy, competent person, need to be there anytime when the officer comes. So after a long time, they pull back that charge because they cannot charge it. It's not in the EQA 2009. That's
Yep,
my answer.
yep. Thanks, Jeremy. I think that was sort of a issue or challenge for many organization where the requirement to have a competent person if they are running 24 hours at all times was a bit so there was a lot of debate going on whether or not the person needs to be available. That means they don't need to be physically present, but if there's anything that they can come or they needed to. And of course, there was also at one time, Cherem, if I remember correctly, there was not enough of this competent person. There were not enough of these courses, and also it was quite a challenge for many organizations to get the competent person. That they were required, one for wastewater or schedule waste and all of that.
Yes.
So I think you're absolutely right that in terms of some of the practicalities of how this is, maybe these are the feedback which the regulators can take into account. That while the EQA has a very generic provision and sometimes even specific, but there's also certain practical realities on the ground which will need to be taken into account so that the industry is then facilitated in terms of meeting these requirements with the regulators. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
So, audience and participants, there is a poll going on for this forum. Please fill up your responses, and then based on your responses, let's see how we can actually discuss this with the panelists. The first poll is what did you all think is the primary challenge in your organization in terms of schedule waste management? So just choose the most important or the top one that you feel, whether it's in terms of regulatory compliance, whether it's a high treatment of disposal costs, or whether it's inadequate infrastructure and facilities. Or the other one, the last one, is lack of trained personnel and expertise. There may be other factors as well, but maybe within this categories, choose the one that you think actually has the biggest impact for your organization. Okay. So while the audience are going through the polls and quizzes, the polls, maybe we can move on in terms of this thing. I think let's look at, maybe I'll pivot now back in terms of Cik Aziza. Cik Aziza, in terms of managing schedule waste and greenhouse gas emissions, uh, how would you, what are practical steps would you suggest for an organization to move towards this? Can they do a sort of a baseline in terms of where they are, in terms of their carbon footprint, or should all organizations start in terms of this, or is it only you think certain organizations? What are your thoughts? For some organizations, I see the questions are, they want to start off in terms of this. What will be some of the practical ways they can do this? So what are your thoughts in terms of this?
Okay. So practically on the greenhouse gas emission, right? So they need to have a baseline no matter what. You need to have one data verification. So on that year would be the baseline for your industry. So no matter what, you still have to do the calculation. And all industry that are implementing on this data verification, which is under the ISO 14064, if I'm not mistaken, that will be, they have to monitor the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, which they need to have the idea what falls under scope 1, because as far as I understand, some of the scope 1 might overlap with the scope 3 as well, except for the transportation and so the business travel. But for waste generation, it might come from the direct emission or also indirect emission. So industry, PIC that is going to do on the greenhouse gas emission, they have to understand what is their industry emission first. Then only they can do on this baseline, and that baseline would be their benchmark for the further years, and they're going to reduce on their greenhouse gas emission. So that would be my thoughts on this.
Okay, thank you. So, as you mentioned, Jazzy, I think, yeah, right. ISO 14064 is one of the standards in terms of getting your baseline in terms of GHG. There is, of course, three parts to it: part one, part two, and part three. Part one
Correct.
is very good for in terms of accounting. Part two, there's in terms of some project validation, and then part three is for some of the organizations that do verification and assurances. But at the same time, for this, for audience, the members of the audience and the participants, there is also the GHG protocol. The GHG protocol also is something I think people use to get in terms of scope 1, 2, and 3. Of course, there are sometimes there is a bit of a blur, not a blur area, but a bit of a confusion because ISO 14064 uses in terms of categories 1 to 6, but the GHG protocol goes within the scope 1, 2, and 3, and then within the scope 3, there are different 15 categories. So these are some things I think the industry has to navigate and see which are the approaches that they want to use to move towards baselining their greenhouse gas emission itself. So yeah, thanks for that, Aziza. In terms of your organization itself, I understand you guys have committed towards SBTI. Is that true, Aziza? And what are how your journey has been in terms of going towards SBTI itself, or if I'm understanding correctly?
So for SBTI, we just move forward into that, but we already structured all the greenhouse gas verification in 2018 and been verified by CIRIM. So that will be our baseline. So our HQ, our parent company in America, started with this sustainability and ESG. So that's why we are implementing the SBTI starting from this year. So that will be another project on this year.
Okay, excellent. SBTI is one of the gold standards in terms of any organization wanting to demonstrate in terms of their net zero commitments.
Yeah, correct.
Worldwide, worldwide, actually, there are actually only about close to about 10,000 of these organizations that's committed towards SBTI. Malaysia has roughly about 40 organizations, but SBTI is also not an easy thing to commit to because there are organizations that have committed towards SBTI or science-based targets and for net zero, but because they are not able to meet the requirements within a certain time period or other factors, they have also been withdrawn. And once you're withdrawn from that SBTI pledge or commitment, it is something that's still always there. So I think organizations will also still need to look at in terms of how they want to actually structure their strategy towards meeting their net zero commitments and targets.
Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
so we also have San, in terms of the poll number 2, which is what is the biggest obstacle preventing an organization from achieving schedule waste management goals? Either it's limited financial resources and budget constraints. Number 2, complex regulatory requirements and bureaucracy. 3, lack of technical expertise and skilled workforce. And 4, inadequate infrastructure and outdated systems. Maybe can we see the outcome of the first poll? Umar, is it available for this to? Let's see what the audience participants have said in terms of the first poll. What
Okay.
is the main
I'll
thing that's
Can you see it?
still seeing Cik Rahim's slide?
Oh, jap. I'll send it to the chat.
Okay. I think maybe Cik Rahim, I think you can stop sharing, San. And then Omar can, yes, share. Let's give a few minutes, few moments for the slide to come up. And let's see what actually have the audience have said in terms of the poll number 1. That'll be interesting to get their feedback. And I think from there we can look at in terms of San. And meanwhile, please also participants fill up for the poll number 2 in terms of the question. And then I think that would be quite a good feedback and a bit interactive for the panelists as well. Okay, while waiting for this thing, maybe we can also look at some of the Cik Rahim. Cik Rahim, you've been in this field for 30 over years, right?
Okay.
And you have seen a lot of different stuff. But what is the future for this, Cik Rahim? Where do you see the wastewater treatment technology and I think heading in the next 5 to 10 years? Do you see things like digitalization, automation? Do you see DOE moving in a different direction, more stricter, requirement and so forth? Or what do you see the future of at least in the next 5 to 10 years, in terms of the wastewater treatment technology, which also relates with how scheduled waste is generated. Things that can actually either reduce or even prevent scheduled waste generation.
Okay. For this, the technology, the treatment, it will be the same lah. But for PCP, we can use the PLC, we can use SCADA, we can use cleaner technology for PCP. It's easier. So in five years, maybe controlling from the office is acceptable. What I mean acceptable is that it you do not need to go over there. Just monitor the pump on, the level on, the PID is doing well, and we have that PID proportional, integral, derivative to assist the apa tu fast to get the target, and maybe other technology coming in. So for PCP, it can be cleaner technology. That's my I see towards this in 5 years. For the BP, we are still in the process of regulation, trying to follow the regulation, because our BP sometimes not easy to control because of this bacteria, and also because of the old system. What I mean is like now we need one competent person per plant, per treatment plant, but last time is 10 plants for by one person handling this, one engineer handling this. So we still trying to follow this regulation.
Okay. Thank you, Charan. I think that there is some elements where the future will, well, more or less it will be still the same, but there are some things that actually can be further automated, even potentially for the use of AI for certain kind of automation in terms of dosing and things like that. I think that is something I think the industry is also looking forward to. Okay, let's look at our poll for question 1, which is what is the primary challenge organization faces in schedule waste management today? And the number one reason, and this is 70% of the audience, about 69%, I said it's high treatment and disposal costs, right? And the second one that comes into about at 17% is regulatory compliance. So in terms of high treatment and disposal costs, what do you all think, Aziza? Is there a way which we can integrate this as part of a roadmap? Or is there something that as an industry, as a whole, we should be engaging with the regulators in order to see what can be done? Or is there something in the terms of the technology? Maybe Aziza, your thoughts on this high treatment and disposal costs?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Dennis. So on the high treatment cost, as I stated in my paper just now, so that will be the challenges that we face besides awareness, right? So uh, as I understand, this one we have to like more engaging with the regulatory, because if we would want to have the treatment to be done at our place, or we have to pay to the recycler, it might be the cost have to be bear by us, right? So in terms of that, regulatory have to take into action and come into this clearer picture on this, so that industry would not be burdened on this as well. So there should have some sort of some what we call that uh, idea or system by the DOE. So what would they do to reduce the cost for the high treatment, or any other mitigation system that they can do, so that they can treat the waste and without having a high cost on that. So that would be my thought.
Okay, okay. Thanks, Aziza. Aziza, some time back, people have floated this idea of a waste exchange, maybe a scheduled waste exchange. Basically, whereby is a platform whereby uh, one industry's waste is a resource for another industry. And, in that sense, rather than it being sent for treatment and disposal, it actually can be used as a source or feedstock for another industry. What do you think in terms of this? Is this something practical? Is your particular organization looking in terms of this, or do you think this is a little bit more far-fetched? Not this may not work in the real world.
It's actually, it depends on the industry, because as far as I know, even in the what we call that, palm oil industry, they have a lot of recycling or recovery of their waste as well, and they even send back to other plant to use the waste. So that is depends on the industry how practical it is. So for example, is if they're using the SW409, so they might have can reuse the contaminated bottles again, or they can just clean it up and use again and again at several times. So they will exchange with another plant on that. So maybe not every industry can implement on this, but certain, and as much as they can recover, they can exchange, they can do that.
Okay, okay. Yep, yep. Thank you. So now let's look at yeah, we have seen that for the first poll. What about the second poll results? Uma, is it available? Maybe we can run through it.
Poll number
Meanwhile,
3.
poll number 2, the results for poll number 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
While
But
the
we are currently launching poll number 3, if you want to refer to that.
Yes. So poll number 3 right now, let me read the question. How should organizations primarily measure the effectiveness of their strategic initiatives? That means what will be your KPIB to see whether or not this is something that you are doing well. Number 1 is compliance rates and regulatory performance. Number 2, cost reduction and operational efficiency. Number 3, environmental impact and emissions reductions. Or number 4, stakeholder satisfaction and reputation improvement. So while Umar comes out and puts the results for poll number 2, you can also start filling up for poll number 3. Meanwhile, let's move on to Cik Rahim. Cik Rahim, in your experience, what actually prevents organizations from upgrading and optimizing their wastewater treatment systems? Just now we heard one of the challenges with schedule waste is in terms of cost. Is this also another constraint, cost? Or is it something else in terms of technical expertise or some other regulatory complexity that may prevent organizations from optimizing their wastewater treatment systems?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dennis. From my opinion, and I'm not sure whether it's true or not. Number one, the cost. Of course, the cost, because the turnover of the company might be very small, and this company they get the money only from their what they sell, and their budget for extra optimization or this uh, zero discharge might not be able to do it. The ROI might not be able to get within the 4 years or 3 years, because to get the zero discharge is not cheap. It may take millions of dollars. So I think the cost, but the technology is there. Many technology we can do it, but the main thing is the cost. That's from my experience.
Yep, yep. And I think this is also in line with what the audience are telling us, the participants. For poll number 2, the question was, what is the biggest obstacle preventing your organization from achieving schedule waste management goals? And again, the same response coming in is that it's limited financial resources and budget constraints, which and also followed by complex. So obviously, cost is a big issue, and I think that is something that we will need to look at and see whether or not we can look at how we can go about it. In my experience previously, when I was looking after Asia Pacific, there was actually some initiatives, especially in countries like in the Philippines and and other South Asian countries to come out with sort of industry lobby or industry groups which got together the industry, and then they come out with position papers towards the regulators, telling them that these are some of the challenges, or even in terms of coming out and saying that maybe your discharge standards might be a little too high for this time, or it might have to be phased out in certain times. So what do you think, Cheraimi, in terms for Malaysia, for this to sort of take place, whereby the industry, other than, in this kind of forums or in terms of one-to-one engagement with DOE and things like that, for industry groups to come out with those kind of position papers, or in terms of coming out with their lobbies in terms of, these are some of the things that the industry is facing, whether or not we can actually sign. Because obviously, other than the individual forum and when DOE opens up for their public feedback, this could be another alternative for the industry to bring out their thoughts and feedbacks, and even some of their grievances in terms of moving forward, so that the industry itself can work hand in hand. So one example is in the Philippines. At one time, the regulatory bodies came out with a very high standard for a certain parameter, for especially for ammonical nitrogen, which many of the industries could not actually meet. It was one of the highest in Asia. But the industries got together as a group and came out and proposed something alternative. And eventually the regulators re-look back at that. One is because obviously the cost of meeting it was too high and too soon, too fast. So Rahim, in your experience and your thoughts, will this be something, or is there already available industry body, especially for wastewater and scheduled waste, that for the industries to come together and sort of pitch or look at in terms of this with the regulators? What do you think, Che? Is this time for this?
From my experience, each industry, they just take care of themselves.
Yes.
They do not trust other people to come in and see what their processes are, and they do not want people to know what their problems are. They only trust their parent company or their somebody that the parent company allow. I think that's my question.
Okay. Thank you. We are already at sort of poll number 4. Let me just read the question before I go to one of the audience or the participants' question. Poll number 4, implementation barriers. What is the biggest obstacle preventing your organization from achieving scheduled waste management goals? Maybe you all can fill that up. Meanwhile, there is a sort of a question from a audience or participant. For the empty use container SW409, does it fall under the take back program? Are there any DOE compliance requirements? Let me start with Aziza. What do you think, Aziza, in terms of this question? What are your thoughts?
For the take back program, I think on this 409, it's actually they have it for the used chemical drums and container, but I'm sure that we have to comply with how to implement the take back program, and also and how we're going to engage with the waste recycler on this. But as far as for my practice, I never go for the take back program because it's in a very minimal. Maybe for a bigger size scale, maybe you can go for that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jazza. How about you, Cik Rahim? What do you think?
And it's only for the empty drum take back.
Yes.
Well, I see some private company, they do this. When we send to them, not like KA or DOE. After they done all the treatment, they clean up the empty drum and they give back and reuse. Some can, but they need to make sure there is not a crack or no leaking, and can be usable. And warranty to use, guarantee can be used again.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I think one of the participants have also given a feedback. The take back programs must apply to DOE Putrajaya and it's only for the empty drums take back and fill up with the same chemicals without washing. So I think there is some experience. Thanks, Cik Nozueta Ahmad. One of the things that DOE, well, not exactly for schedule waste, but they have been talking about something called an extended producer responsibility kind of approach. Basically, an extended producer responsibility means that the producers of certain items will become responsible for the waste. So, for example, if a chemical producer or manufacturer is giving you the chemicals, they are actually responsible for the drums, the packaging that they give into. So what it means is it will now no longer the industry be or the be responsible for sending out for, say, recycling or treatment or washing, but it's actually the people who are supplying in terms of the materials. So in that case, it will be whereby they give you the containers. They are then responsible to take back the containers because they will also be using the containers. In that way, there's a lot of benefits. But of course, this will require two approaches to this. One can be like what the take back program that we have right now. But the other one could be in terms of a regulatory or requirement which is applied across the board. Cik Rahim, what do you think? Should this be something that the regulators in Malaysia be considering, especially DOE, because they are now relooking back at the EQA and things like that. An extended producer responsibility, especially for things like the chemical drums, which are supplying those things. Do you think that this can be something so that industries don't have to apply every time they want to do this, but it can be across the board? That is, the moment manufacturer supplies them with this kind of chemicals in the containers, they are responsible for the containers.
Yes, I think yes. My answer is yes. This should be done. But there must be some kind of instruction how to do this. What are the limit that cannot go beyond this? Something like that.
Okay. And Chazia, what do you think in terms of this? Do you think it's something that we can incorporate within our current regulations, or do you think you still prefer it to be just on a ad hoc kind of a basis where you still have to apply to Putrajaya?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Rahim also, but yeah, something that we can be done. But how to do it? It have a very proper instruction on that, so that will be easier for everyone to comply with that.
Yep. Okay. So I think that will be something that I think will also benefit the industries. Okay, let's look at poll 5, which is the last poll for today. Success metrics. How should organizations primarily measure the effectiveness of their strategic initiative, either to compliance rates or cost reduction or environmental impact and emission reduction or stakeholder satisfaction? Okay, and let's look at in terms of what did the audience say for what did they say for poll number 4? Again, it comes back to this, and I think some of the reasons why we keep on asking the same question is to get a sense from the audience and the participants, what are the real challenges? And it looks like always it comes back to that one thing: financial constraints, budget, and costs. That seems to be the real this thing that people are actually looking at and so forth. Okay, so now let's look back in terms of moving forward. Okay, how can organizations look at this and say, and to move forward, and what will they need to do in terms of this? So, Aziza, this question, I think I want to put in terms of you. What are some of the strategic recommendations would you propose to enhance environmental sustainability in waste and GHG management?
Strategic management to
Yes.
enhance on the schedule waste.
Yes.
So as from my experience on the greenhouse gas, so as I said, first thing first, you have to identify what will be the waste that you generate that produce the biggest produce to the greenhouse gas emission. So from there, you can do certain things that it comes back to the recovery, recycle, prevention, and lastly is like landfilling, but it will be in the one cycle loop. for you to do the greenhouse gas emission, to prevent on the greenhouse gas emission, and on your green schedule waste management or schedule waste generation and your industry. So that will be part of it.
Okay, okay. And why don't we check, Rahim? What do you think? Same question. What can be the strategic initiative, especially in terms of to enhance environmental sustainability in waste management, but also in terms of that nexus, that interlink between wastewater and also scheduled waste management? What do you think your strategic recommendations will be?
I think as the same as Cik Azliza just now mentioned, um, we need to do it one by one. If we having 10 things that we need to do, I think it will be a blunder. Maybe two start and then see the progress and then start one more and learn from the error and start one more, something like that. That's
Okay,
from me.
okay. So the next one I want to touch on is actually in terms of training and capacity building, right? I think this is while we talk about costs, that is one area that we all will need to look at and son. But what about in terms of training and capacity building? How can organization further improve in terms of this? Maybe Chair, you want to take, I'm sure in your experience you have given a lot of training, capacity building. What do you think that can be improved in terms of this for the industry? Other than, because the cost factor is one thing, and of course training also involves some sort of a cost. But training in terms of that kind of capacity building, first part is, where do you think we are right now in Malaysia as a whole? Do you think we are below average, or above average? And number two is, which are the areas you think we can improve on and move on for organizations looking to improve their wastewater and their scheduled waste management?
Okay. Very hard question also. Okay, where we are now, below average or average, what's our to compare to what? What are we going to compare? Okay, DOE have their own apa nama rules to compare, but where are we going to? So if we just follow what they want, maybe not only DOE, DOSH, or any other, I think we are at par. Whether we are at average or low or what, I'm not sure. Because it depends on the location. Some place they are well versed in their setup, their infrastructure, their discharge. They go to where they know where and easy to control. But other place not easy. This may take different idea, different way how to go about it. Is it another question? What
Which area do you look at which we can really improve in terms of training?
training? Is it?
Yeah. Is there a specific area?
Okay.
Yeah.
This training all audit ISO, what they will go for the training first. I think training already there. What the most important is the content of the training, and if as I said, ITS content of the training is not that high, because we have many technologies, and we have only one per year that is requirement. So in the industry itself, in the factory itself, they have to have the training by the certain people who knows. With compared to the result, not just training, but the result out, something like that.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair, what about you? Same question, but in terms of waste management and GHG, carbon accounting, footprinting, and so forth, where do you think are right now in terms of capacity building and training? as a whole, based on yours and the industries? Is it average, below average, above average? And again, which one area you think that the training and capacity building really needs, there's a gap and that really needs to be fulfilled?
Okay. As for question number one, as I said, I could not identify whether we are at average or below or what. So it depends on industry what they really want it to be in schedule waste and greenhouse gas emission. Because as far as I know, greenhouse gas emission is still new to everyone. So maybe we're still at the beginning. Maybe some of the industry already implemented, like if like more on the what we call that palm oil industry, they've known everything about that on the carbon tax, carbon footprint, and so on. So it depends on industry as well. But to answer you for the question number two, it's more to the what we call that the organization itself. So, for example, like for myself, before this, on the greenhouse gas calculation, the accounting and so on, I learned by myself. I learned through my parent company, which I have to call to the Taiwan, to Korea, so that to know what is it about. I mean, I have to get the information from them. So the means that organization, they don't really aware that we need to get that kind of training. They don't really think that that is important. So that will be the gap for maybe some of the industries now. So they don't really know how to get uh, to know on the greenhouse gas calculation, on the carbon footprint, and so on. So
Okay.
that would be the challenges.
Yep. I agree, Jaliza. There's a lot of, at the moment, I don't think so. There are a lot of trainings in terms of ESG, in terms of, other stuff. But in terms of the carbon calculation and all that, there's limited, actually, I
Yes.
think, training, especially here in
Yeah.
Malaysia. And even if they are, so they're actually quite costly as well.
True.
And I think right now there are a lot in terms of consulting, actually, who come and say they will do it for you. And then, of course, there are other aspects of it. So I think, yeah, that kind of a training capacity building is still lacking and needed. Just
Yes.
one follow-up question, Ms. Aliza, is that does your organization look at in terms of a platform, in terms of this carbon calculation, or are they just looking at, the good old Excel spreadsheet to look at it? Is there something that, what your thoughts are in terms of this?
For my place, we have our own. It's a calculation in a system. Actually, we brought up in like in my company is MCore technology, right? So it's like MCore 360 as well. So it's like every site from the world. I mean, we from Malaysia, Korea, Vietnam, and all. We have to put the data inside the system, and then the system will generate all the data. So which site is the highest contributor on that month, on that year. So we have a very systematic system actually for the greenhouse
Okay.
gas.
Okay. I think most multinational organizations, they will already have a system because they have
Mm-hmm.
multi-sites, right? And I think
Yes,
that would be
right.
look at it. Okay, we have a quick one. I think we got 2 more minutes. I think I just want to close out with the last question and also one last poll. Poll number 6. Maybe I think Omar, if you can put it up on screen, I think it's important for us to do this poll. The question actually is can share the good method to evaluate the post-training effectiveness. Companies send many people to environmental training, but one moment, but the return of investment of training is difficult to measure. Maybe Chair, you want to take this? I think you've done a lot of trainings. What do you think? There are a lot. Is there a good method to evaluate the post-training effectiveness? That's the question.
Yes, okay, thank you. There is a way, there is a method that they can calculate this one. But actually, I cannot remember because I also did this. We can calculate the new worker, new personnel, and then the already confirm one, the probation already passed. So within that probation period, every week, and then after 1 month, every month, something like that. They have this form to fill in, and also for the already long time worker, they will have this graph, like chart. Where are you? Are you still for this instrument or machine, you still having difficulty and need supervision, or you can work alone, or you can work and train, something like that. So they have this apa tu graph for each of the worker. That was my experience,
Okay,
and
okay.
this was audited by IATF.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think that will be something good if we can actually have those kind of thing. But obviously there are some approaches to evaluate the pre and the post effectiveness of the training before and after, and then we can look at it. Okay. There's another question. Maybe we'll try to answer this question as well. I'll put it to the panelists. The question is, this is based on a scenario in this person's workplace. As a BFO competent person, how to handle when safety team questionnaires based on their air monitoring test report regarding face and hood velocity not meeting compliance. But on the other hand, as CP air emission test is good enough for you, who will be the charged person in this case? Maybe this question is a bit difficult for panelists, but Cik Rahim or San, if you want to answer, you can. Otherwise, I think we have to put a pin on this because our time also has already out at 5 o'clock.
This is not my area.
Boleh screenshot tapi size tu about on the screen tu might be limited.
Umar, you have something to say? Sorry, couldn't hear you. I think maybe sorry, go ahead, Umar. Okay, maybe that's that. So I think this question maybe is not within Cik Rahim. I think Cik Aziza is not within your area as well, unless you San. Umar, is the last poll out there? The results. Can we see the last poll?
Yeah, the results are out. Let me just screenshot it and send it to you. No.
Okay. I think just with this last poll, there's no more questions. This last poll, we'll see. The question for the last poll, we just wanted to see, does your organization currently have a formal strategic roadmap for schedule waste management? Right? We want to see whether or not you have something or not, or you're looking at it. Okay. Let's look at the answer for poll number 5. Let me see, it's loading. Oh no, that's poll number 5. Poll number 6, the answer is not there yet. Okay, poll number 6, just looking at it now. Okay, let's see what's the answer for poll number 6. Does organizations have a sort of a roadmap or plan or something that they have done already? And as I'm looking at it, okay, the answer is about 47% says there is a basic plan for the audience, but 33% says there's no formal roadmap exists. Only 7% says there is a comprehensive roadmap, and then that's a comprehensive. So more than 50% says there is some sort of a plan, right? And then I think that's quite a good thing, and that's something, at least there is a plan is moving forward. So it is above average. So with that, I think basically, I think we are at the end of our this thing. As I conclude today's forum, I think it's very clear that developing a strategic roadmap for schedule waste management is something that requires a sort of a approach that is balanced, that needs to have some sort of balance, compliance, efficiency, sustainability, and innovation, but more importantly also to look at how we can incorporate the cost element of it. It's not an easy thing to do, but I think it is something that is required as we move forward in terms of this. So with that, I thank you all for joining in terms of this forum and panel. Thank you the panelists, Cik Rahim, Cik Aziza. I also thank you all the audience and their questions for it. There are some questions I think the audience themselves have helped to answer, especially the last one. But with that, thank you everyone, and I'll pass the time back to Omar. Thank you, Omar. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Dennis, and our panelists, Mr. Rahim and Ms. Aziza. What a wonderful forum. It was quite a lot. We got a lot of information for everyone. The conversation was good. The questions from the chat was also interesting. And I hope that the answers provided by the panelists and the moderator fulfills everyone's expectations. Now, moving forward, I would like to first of all give thanks to everyone for attending today's conference. I know that one whole day of sitting in front of your computer listening to people talk about schedule ways might be tiring for some, but for us, for me, it was quite insightful. And I hope everyone feels the same. So before we end this session, I would like to ask everyone, especially those who want to claim this conference through HRD Corp, to open up your camera so we can take a good picture for the report. So if you claim HRD Corp, can you please raise your hand so we can make you a panelist so you can open your we can allow you to become panelist, open your camera. Okay. And anyone else who wants to join the group picture, can also raise your hand so we can allow you to open your camera. Okay, for now I'll allow my technical team to do the work. So as I said before, if anyone else wants to be panelist, please raise your hand in the chat. Doesn't matter if you are HRD Corp or not. We just want to take a good photo for social media and for memories. Because these conferences we only do it like once a year, so it's quite a big event lah for us. Okay, let me check my. I'll say 1, 2, 3, and one pose. 1, 2, and 3. Smile. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. With that, I would like to say once again, thank you very much, everyone, for joining the Enviro360 Waste Management Conference. I hope that all the papers that have been said today have given you something to think about and on how to improve your own organization's schedule waste management operations. And I hope to see you again once again next year. Assalamualaikum and a very good evening, everyone.